Who's my first victim? I see somebody there. Yeah, Michelle. All right, bye. Hello, Francis. My first critter. Hello, Rickman number 2. Red light, David Allen. I only have happy victims because unhappy victims get eaten. So you only got happy ones left. Or those good at hiding it. We have the first 9-inch resin printer. Yeah, they ship this thing in a wooden crate. What? I know. That meanie hasn't come and fed you yet. I know, baby. Good boy. He's hungry. He's like, feed me. Hi. Yeah, that's coffee. Nope. This is from Seedmaker. It's a Kickstarter. Ooh, a rat rig could be nice. And a BLV cube. Never heard of that. BLV cube. 3D. Well, that's an interesting looking printer. If I can see my screen. How much does this cost? Looks like early bird specials 480. Looks like next level is 499, 520, 567, 657. Looks like 650 is the normal price, maybe. Cat, you're gonna fall because that's not gonna hold you. Uh-uh. You ain't gonna make a mess today. Yep. You ain't get back. You ain't making a mess today, you little bastard. Because I know that's exactly what you're gonna do. It's make a mess. Yeah, I'm gonna chase you off of there if I have to. You yank that cord out. Crazy cat. Hi. Uh-huh. Hello, Timothy. The rates of those peanuts in pubs has changed. I don't get it. Oh, that's good. Hi. Good boy. Yeah. Detroit, Michigan. Yeah, I guess it's a good thing they taped it up because the little clamp got broken. Now that's actually a pretty cool picture. Somebody made this on Facebook. I don't know if it comes with resin. That's pretty cool, actually. You don't realize how freaking huge that rocket is until you realize that's 6 people inside there. Then you're like, holy shit, that thing's big. Hello, Pagar. We'll find out when we open it, but I somehow I doubt it comes with resin. But I got myself a liter of Sci-fi Fast. There it is. Figure I use the good stuff, give it the best shot. Oh yeah, I got lots of goodies. Vince has been very nice. I love this. It's a little audio recorder, so it's USB-C. The only bad thing is it only records in wave. It doesn't record in the little color screen. It does not record in um, MP3, and you can't make it record in MP3. But this thing is heavy, and it is literally a solid chunk of aluminum, or steel maybe. I don't know, probably aluminum, but it's a solid chunk of metal. That's a one-piece metal body with a glass face. USB-C charging. It'll go for quite a long time recording. Stereo microphones. You can plug in a microphone. You can plug in headphones. Actually, I think it's a headphone jack. Yeah, I think it's a headphone jack. I'm not sure if that's a mic jack. But like, it's like $30. It's like crazy how nice that is considering the price. You know, just really nice little bit of kit. And that new OLED watch is working out real nice. So it's been 10 days, and I still have 79% power left. So this thing might go a month between charges, which is really impressive. Actually, yes, I do have a couple of those. They are so-so, where you can talk to it and it'll speak out the other language. I got 2 different ones of those, and they're okay. The one at least has offline capability, so it can work without the internet, while the other one requires internet connection. Now, it comes with an LTE card and a year of service, but once that year is up, you gotta pay for it. I'm trying to find my sister's post. So I can show you guys her new critter. She got a new critter. Come on, where is it? I could probably get to it from here. Yeah, if I just go here, sometime today, view profile. There we go. My sister in Tennessee got a critter. They named him Marcellus, Roman god of war. So I'll have somebody else to torture. Come on, click. There we go. This crate is blocking my screen. I don't know. You talking about the $7.99 filament on Facebook? The one you see ads for, where if you buy 10, you get it for $7.99? I don't know. I don't have the money to order some right now to try. But I can't imagine it's bad. The filament that I have linked. I have a lot of filament linked, so which one? Oh! $55% off? I have a link for filament, 55% off? Oh, that's probably no good anymore. Holy crap, that has to be an ancient link. Hang on, let me check that. Open a new tab. Yeah, that's probably an old link. Let's see. There still is a 50% off promo code. So you might still be able to get a 50% off code with that. Looks like not 50, looks like not 5%. But there is still a 50% promo code. Sweet. That blue looks kind of nice. I gotta drag this over here so I can see it. That blue looks really nice. I like that. Either blue, actually. The orange is okay. It's a little dark. The yellow has a egg yolk kind of color going for it. That's a nice silvery gray, but this turquoise is nice. Well, they call it green. I call it turquoise. So yeah, right here they have a 50% off with promo code here. You just click redeem. It says purchase one or more, so you should be able to get that discount on more than one. Which would be nice. What is this? Why do I... Oh, it's me. Duh, I'm an idiot. Is that this one? Yeah, it's this camera. Okay. That ain't bad. What is that? $13 a roll? Well, black depends on how they take the picture. Is that a legit picture? I'm not 100% sure that's a legit picture, because that looks unusually matte for a PLA. I mean, if it actually prints like that, that's really nice. And I would love to see what FDM printer they use to print that. Unless that's huge, unless that's big, that is a hell of a print. I don't even think I have any FDM printer tuned well enough to do that. I don't have a need to, so I don't bother. I mean, I think it would be delicate as hell. You just give it a squish and it's done. But Jesus, that looks like a nice print. I mean, stringing you can get rid of easily enough, but that just looks really clean for an FDM print of a wireframe. But it doesn't look like resin. Huh. I'd be really curious to know how they did that. Save image. I did not ask you to do that. Why are you messing with? Why the hell would you go over there? Huh. That just looks too clean to be an FDM print. Go out of my way. That'd be a hell of a failed spaghetti print. I mean, that's clean. I question whether even Filament Frenzy could do that. I mean, that's unless there's a lot of post processing there, unless they really clean that up afterwards with some tools. But they'd be likely too lazy to do that. That's impressive though. That's like, wow. Nice. My dad's birthday is September 3rd. No, because it's got a rough matte finish. It doesn't have a smooth glossy finish. Where can I safely stick this? I've broken so many of these damn glasses. That empty box? No, it's not. The candy box, so it'll safely hold this. They got a Brisk Zero, and it is impressively delicious. Like, I'm amazed they can make a artificial sweetener taste that good. I mean, it's just amazing. Yeah, but it's not going to have that smooth or that rough finish that you'd expect from an FDM print. I don't know. Well, yeah, I guess a resin print would. You can get a rough print like that from a resin print. We just got it yesterday. It's absolutely delicious. Also, we tried the new flavors. They have the what's it called? Blast, Flash, and Baja. Blast is The punch one, the orange one, doesn't blow me away. The yellow Flash one is drop dead amazing. It tastes like kind of like pina colada kind of thing going for it. And we haven't tried the Baja yet. And but the Baja is 0. So they have Baja 0 now. But this brisk 0, oh, we're getting more of this. It's a crate. It's the new Seedmaker 8.9-inch 4K resin printer. Yeah, I hope mine don't arrive broken. Because as you guys know, I don't pre-open packages, so you're going to see it as I open it. Now, quid pro quo and warning as usual, Kickstarters are a risk. Anytime you involve yourself with a Kickstarter, there is a non-zero probability that you will get nothing. And that is perfectly acceptable in a Kickstarter environment. So, now, the likelihood of this failing is pretty low. But still, there is always that chance with a Kickstarter, so keep that in mind before you go spending your money on Kickstarter. Make sure you're aware of that. But you can grab one of these for $480, which is not freaking bad for a 9-inch 4K monochrome resin printer. So I'm drooling over the prospect of playing with one of these. Where is my cursor? There it is. There we go. So I can't zoom out any further on that one, so I guess I might as well just start opening it. I am curious. I haven't even tried to slice anything, because I don't know what they use. Let's switch to this cam. Came by Southwest Airlines. So they ship this thing rapidly. Okay. I'll probably hang on to the crate. I love crates. How did I miss that one? Was yours shipped in a crate too? I wouldn't mind getting a hold of a Hallet Sky. I think I got a message offering me the regular Hallet. But it's like, you know, I have 6 regular resin printers. I would like some larger ones. I would really love to get my hands on that Hallet Max. Oh my God, would I love to get my hands on that. The Hallet one is the one that I might be getting. It's just that, you know, I want the Hallet Sky. I could understand them wanting that. They probably wanted to remove the broken cover. But yeah, that would be a no-no. Yeah, I'll be keeping that crate. Because that crate is kind of cool. Huh. Looks intact. They even have a little bit of padding between the top and the base to keep them rattling. Frozen Sonic Mega 8K. I heard good things about that. What do you mean you told them to take your video down? Yeah, 9-inch. Neither do I. Even though $500 for a 9-inch printer is dirt cheap, I don't got that kind of money. Let's get this off. Yeah, the cover arrived intact. So no damage to the cover. Cats will have fun with this box. Hey, you demons. Want a box? You know they'll want a box. Uh-oh, I got knocked over. So what happened with the video? Like, did they edit your video then upload it? Or did they just upload your original video? That's a hell of a build plate. Well, I don't know if they necessarily need permission to edit it, but it is sketchy. I mean, that's an etiquette no-no. I wasn't charged anything. Well, if they upload it to their own servers, that won't work. Wow, that is a ball screw on there, too. Now, do these come all the way off? I think so. Yeah, if they posted it on Kickstarter, you'd have to file a copyright with well, you might be able to file a copyright with Kickstarter. Okay, so it's a pass-through. Whew, the static charge that came off that. It certainly got tight. And it's an angled build plate as well, so the it does not look used. There's a little bit of scratches on here, so they may have put this on and off a couple times. Sometimes you can get a feel for it just by licking it. I don't taste any resin. Because if they spilled any, you'd be able to taste it. Well, that's why I think they just want to remove the, like, for example, the broken cover. If all they're doing is that, if they're not actually changing the message, I'm not against them editing a video for content. Although etiquette is you ask first. And if they're changing the message of the video, that's bad. But I'm again, it depends on what they edited. If they changed the message, that's bad. But if all they did was remove extraneous stuff like the broken cover and stuff like that, especially if that's something they actually fix, that's not so bad. No, intellectual copyright is not a gray area. It's just a very monetarily controlled area. Meaning the gray is artificial. Oh, I think I saw your print with the layer shifting towards the top. Yeah, I was wondering. I'm pretty sure that was yours where I saw that, where it looked like there's layer shifting. Like something was I was wondering, so that's one of the things I wanted to check. Yeah, I don't feel any wobble. What, these here? Yeah. They are long though. Yeah, if they took that out, that's very wrong. Again, if they correct it, fine. Send the correction, we'll make another video. But you don't just remove it and then we take your word for it and hope. That's not good either. Oh, we have, looks like a power input on the back, big metal switch on the back, USB port on the left side here. I still hate the fact that they put USB ports on the side. That screams break me. Yeah, I noticed that as well, that there's nothing to grab a hold of this vat. Like there's no grip for you to take a hold of that. Not a huge deal, but it is an issue. Also, there's no spout. Like there's no carved out spout to make it easier to pour the resin out of this vat. That's something I would add as well. Yeah, especially when this thing could probably hold a freaking liter of resin. So I would like to see handles. No big deal. They can drill 2 holes here and put a handle in there. You know, something light to grip. But they also need to carve a spout into one of these corners. I'll probably end up doing that. Just take a Dremel and put a spout right here. Exactly. Just to make it a little easier to pour. Yeah, that's kind of a catch-22. I could understand them not wanting to send out a second $500 printer. I could also understand them, you know, at the end of Kickstarter, but then don't use the video. You know, don't use the video in your Kickstarter. That's an easy solution. You know, but yeah. I mean, I understand them not wanting to show a flaw that was caused by shipping damage. But, then, I mean, it's not immoral to not want to show the flaw caused by shipping damage. Then just don't use the video. That seems easy enough to me. Again, I understand their perspective on this. They want their cake and they want to eat it too. They want to not show flaws that shouldn't be against them. Well, again, even if the packaging was the cause, it's a beta. They're going to fix that. Okay, as you can see, mine arrived perfectly fine so far. So obviously they are correcting that, but that means you just don't use the video. You don't edit out key parts of somebody's video and pretend the problem didn't exist. You just don't show the video. Yeah, so you can see they obviously realized, you know, this thing is heavy. Holy crap, that is heavy. Okay, so most of the weight is the actual machine. Wow. Actually, I went to yank it up, and I wasn't expecting it to be quite that heavy. It's all in the back, too, so this is all the weight. Hey, Roy Raptor! Yeah, you're not kidding very heavy. Jesus, what does that weigh? That's gotta be 25, 30 pounds. Jeez. Yeah, that's gotta be over 20 pounds. Wow. Now something you might want to see is it's all metal. This whole thing is one giant chunk of metal, but there is more metal back here. It's got one. Well, it's weird. It's in a channel, but it's not actually touching the channel. So I wouldn't call that a guide. Yeah, it's all aluminum. So here you can see in here. You can see you have your guide rail here. There's a channel this all sits in and a ball screw. Okay, now this is something where my expertise is limited. Is ventilation in the chamber necessary? Like, what is the purpose of that ventilation? Is that just for fume extraction, or? Because in my opinion, I'd rather have the chamber sealed. Like, I don't want nothing coming out of that chamber. Because I don't want it stinking up my house. Unless, of course, there's a technical reason to need that ventilation. Well, anyway, back to what I was saying, Edutech. At least let's see if they'll send you a new neck. This piece right here, with the ball screw on it. See if they'll send you a new one of those. So you can at least get your printer working without the banding. Because if anything's bent, it's probably this. You know, this assembly right here that's the only part that should be able to cause any kind of banding. Okay. So why not just leave it sealed so the smell doesn't come out at all? Yeah, there is a fan in the back here. So, there we go. There is your power button and your fan. I'm trying to be extra gentle with this. I don't want nothing to happen to it. Let's see, what do we got on the bottom? Oh, wow, big fan on the bottom. Big fan on the bottom. Okay, we're tipped over nice and gentle. So you have ventilation here. I see a fan inside there. Or is that that might be the stepper motor running the ball screw. And then there's a big 120 millimeter fan here. Now, the nice thing about that is it should be quiet, I hope. No, actually, it wouldn't require seals much at all, Travis. The way you get around the need for seals and stuff like that is by maintaining constant pressure. So if you maintain a slight negative pressure environment, it'll only pull in through the seals and never out. That's how a papper works. So if you ever see, a supplied air ventilation mask system, firefighters wear very, very powerful versions of this, but us regular consumers can get regular versions of this. So it pumps air in. This does several things. One, keeps you cool, gives you fresh air, and number two, because it's pumping the air in, your lungs aren't working as hard trying to suck the air in. But the other benefit is it's a continuous pressure push of air into the mask. So dirt and fumes can't get into the mask because air is constantly pushing out of the mask. So you have a positive pressure environment inside the mask, so nothing can get back in unless it exceeds the pressure that you're pushing in already. You would do the same thing with something like this, except in reverse. You would pull air at a constant pressure out of the inside of this chamber, so you'd have a negative pressure environment. Well, for example, the way I would do it, the way I plan to do it, is I'm going to put a hole right through my wall here. And I'm going to hook a 3-inch hose up to that hole in the wall. And there's going to be a small little, probably solar powered, a small little fan in that hose that will never turn off. So I won't even need a fan in here, but there will be a constant little bit of suction pulling air out. And that will mean, unless the air pressure in the room suddenly changes, it should, any openings in the seal should cause air to go in, not out, since there's a constant negative pressure pulling air out. So a good way of thinking of it is, let's see. That's a good way of thinking of it. So you got a tube, okay? So that you got a hole on that end all the way through to the other end, okay? So if I'm constantly blowing air into this tube, and that's continuous, then nothing can go up this tube because there's air constantly coming out of the tube. We can do the same thing in reverse. I can suck. And now air can only really come from here in. You know, air can't come from here out because I'm constantly sucking air out of the end of this tube. So my solution's easy. I'm just going to put a hole right in the wall and just put a little 5-volt fan inside that hole. A little good dual ball bearing fan, you know, something that'll last. Because the resin will eventually coat things. You know, the resin fumes. And so basically create a negative pressure environment. This way, if this is not sealed up, it doesn't matter. The air will be drawn in and out the ventilation system. Yeah, it would go outside. Yeah, exactly. I would actually just do this. So let's put this aside here. Here's the cover. So I would just put a little hole in the cover right here and have my hose connect right there. See you later, Jim. Now, the way I plan to do that out in my shop, that I hopefully will eventually build, is I plan to have a small room, and the entire room will be a negative pressure environment. This way, air will be drawn into the room, but never out of the room, into the rest of the shop. This way, any fumes that are generated always end up going outside, and never into the rest of the shop, fumigating the place. Yeah, so clearly they figured out that they need to pack it a little bit better. Because there's not a scratch on this. So they'll learn from that. Hey, Astro Printer. Yeah, the air would go outside, Travis. Literally, I just vent it outside. Yeah, that could be an issue in the wintertime here, but not in the summertime. But yes, you're right. Temperature control would be an issue. That is one hell of a cover. Jesus. That is a very large piece of acrylic. Let's see what's in here. Oh, do you? Alrighty, we have power. Very big power supply. Seriously, you're going to go right to the back of the laptop and block the fan, aren't you? 24 volts, 8 amps. Whew, that's a bit of power. We have a scraper. It's a heavy scraper. It's actually not bad. And it's got a nice sharpened edge with rounded corners. Very good. 3D printing manufacturers, FDM printers, you could learn something from this. This is what you need to include with printers. You have the beveled edge and you have the rounded corners, which is what you want so that the tips don't dig into the bed. No. They wouldn't. All they would do is include the provision for it. So, for example, all I would ask of a manufacturer is just give me a hole in the back. That's all. Then you leave it up to the user to deal with how they're going to do that. Now, I wouldn't expect a manufacturer to deal with that. Everybody's system's going to change. Are you in an apartment? Are you in a house? Second floor? Basement? I mean, there's no way for a manufacturer to anticipate that. What they can do, though, is provision the design to account for it. So, have a hole on the back. As a matter of fact, if you want to keep it simple, have the hole in the back of the aluminum body and then have a hole in the chamber. You can do it that way too. Just some kind of connection somewhere for me to plug in whatever system I have. I mean, we are 3D print hobbyists. So if you put a 2, 3, or 4-inch socket on the back of there, I can always 3D print an adapter for whatever hose I use. So that shouldn't be a problem. Ooh, nice thumb drive. That's cute. What I'd like to see you guys do, though, is use short ones. So a drive that big. You know, just this big. So that you don't break these when you bump into them on the side of the printer. This is... it's a no-name brand. Oh, no, here it is. Techlast. So it's called Techlast. And then they had it engraved with their name, which is pretty cool. So that there says Seedmaker. This should be able to focus this close. There it goes. See? Seedmaker and Techlast. That's a pretty thumb drive, though. I have a nice collection of weird thumb drives. So I kind of like collecting thumb drives. And here's my Lexar 256. Here's a big fat knee-tack I got. And here's a old HP that's a slider. Here's a spinner. So this all metal one. I just have a nice collection of thumb drives. This is a nice one from Lexar. It's not as reliable, but it's got USB-C plug on one end and a regular plug on the other end. So you can plug it into your phone. But now we have more efficient versions of this. So here's my current one. So there's your regular port, and then spin that around, and there's your USB-C. So I use this to download my phone. Here's the newest one I just got. Pretty nice solid chunk of aluminum. Yeah, that's a nice one there. I like that. These are pretty common. I got like 4 of them. These are a pretty common all metal, you know. And here's a little tiny one. That's the same thing. So I got 3 of those. Here's another flipper, but only 1 port. I just toss all my thumb drives in here. There we go. That's another knee tack, which is actually a really nice knee tack. So it's got an actual clip. And it's all one piece aluminum. It's awesome. But yeah, you need a short one like this, a little short drive. This is actually an adapter for something. Alright, here's my big boy. Here we go. So that's a SanDisk. So you have your full-size port on that side, and then you have your USB-C port on that side. So that's nice. And we got the loop. This one's got a big loop on it, which is really nice. It's all aluminum. Well, for that, and also it's about the size of a thumb. So, thumb drive. So, yeah, and this is a fraction of what I have. I have Iron Man thumb drive, and you just gotta find them all. So yeah, lots of little thumb drives. I think we got a wrench for something. I got a new front door handle, nicer one. You have to connect to an app, which I'm not thrilled by, because if the company ever goes away, I can't reprogram the door. But it allows me to send remote programming to the door from afar. I can send somebody a temporary key or a temporary passcode because it's also got a pin pad on it. And it's much, much larger fingerprint reader and a faster processor. So the other one you'd press and sometimes it'd get it, sometimes it wouldn't. And do I have it here? Oh, it's over there somewhere. And sometimes it would take a couple of tries, and then even once you got it, you'd have to wait like 1.5 seconds, 2 seconds for it to finish unlocking the door. This one, it's like half a second and you're in. So as quickly as you could turn the knob, you're already in. So it's much faster response time. So yeah, that's my latest one. I thought that was pretty. It's just a nicely carved piece of aluminum. So yeah, I have a lot of those. Let's stick this somewhere else. Oh, I finished my new scepter. Let's see how many geeks are out there who recognizes this scepter. Hey, I could probably print one of these in resin now. Ooh. So who recognizes this? Yeah, this is my fault. I lowered the layer height to 0.04, and I did not, or something 0.08, 0.1, and I did not increase the number of top layers. Yeah, that would hurt, buddy. Come on, someone's got to recognize this. No! Although that's pretty geeky, too. Someone's got to recognize this. Give you a hint. His name is Xur. X-U-R. This is Xur's scepter. How about the Death Blossom? Remember the Death Blossom? Come on, I know Knack's gonna know it. He'll figure it out. There you go! The Last Starfighter. An old 80s movie called The Last Starfighter. And the bad guy, this was his scepter. So this is printed in two pieces with just a tiny bit of support underneath here. And the two pieces were then just glued together. And it was printed on the longer LK5 Pro. I know the original author doesn't want it. I would love to see a remake. Like, not a sequel, but a remake that's true to the original. Don't fuck with it. Just remake it with modern, modern graphics and technology. But don't fuck with the story. Because the story was so good. We have some filters, some vinyl gloves. I got better gloves. And that's all that's in there. No extra FEP. Just a suggestion to Seedmaker. I'd like to see a couple extra FEPs included. No, 0.4 is pretty big layer height. No, I said 0.04. Yes, that's correct. Resin level layer height. You can do that. Well, yeah, of course. Hey, Mike. I have no idea, but I would like to see them include a couple extra. So including a couple of extra of whatever the film is on there would be nice. Especially for something coming from China where you might not be able to easily get extras. Well, they can have fun trying to do that to my video since it's going to be rather large. If they want to try to upload a 5 or 6 hour video, all power to them. Today we are messing with... Oh, wow. They sent me the wrong plug. Thankfully, it's a C17, because that is not an American plug. I'm guessing that's what they use in China? Is that the plug they use in China for this? I've actually never seen a plug like that. It looks like an American plug where they rotated these two. And this one's a flat. Yeah, wham bam plate would be nice. Well, it doesn't matter. I don't need that. Because I have plugs. I always have plugs handy. That'd be my guess that that's what they use in China. I've never seen that with an EU plug. Oh, I do like the angled plug. That's nice. Okay. Well, the easy solution. Okay, I'm not worried about the holes. All right. If I were to stick a Wham Bam plate on here, hey, Wham Bam, want to send me a plate for this printer? Let me know. Actually, I could measure it now. I have a set of calipers big enough. How big is the actual plate? It is 199.96, so it's 200 millimeters by 128 millimeters. 200 by 128. All right, Knack, you have a great day. That plug's Australian? Interesting. I've never seen an Australian plug till now. Yeah, that's almost certainly what the holes are for. But if you were to put a plate on this and had an issue, you could just fill the holes. You know, just plug them. But I would worry about the suction force. I mean, it's got to be a lot. But this is an angled plate, you can see, so the resin should come off. Upside down. Anything. Jam a piece of wood in there. Put some epoxy in there. I don't care. Anything if you don't want them filling up. The I gotta say, you know, New Zealanders and Australians, they have a good accent. There's something about it's like a friendlier version of a British accent. It's just a very pleasing accent. It just, at least to my ears, it sounds very pleasing. You know, if I ever have to have a narrator for something, I would want it to be either, you know, Australian, New Zealander, or British. Because they just have a very pleasing voice. Let's see what's on the thumb drive. Oh, the boat turned out to be a bit more of a nightmare. Oh, the weather here is freaking great. I got this boat for 150 bucks. And yeah, the title's no good. They gave me the title, but it's the original title. And at some point they ordered a duplicate title. And most likely there's a clock I got. Most likely at some point I have left wet resin in a printer for 6 months. No problem. Yes, 2 hours south and 2 hours east of me, there are lakes where you can take boats. I want to make it an electric boat. But my guess is I know exactly what happened. They lost the title, so they ordered a replacement title. They lost that title. They found the original title and said, fine, we're going to get rid of the boat. But the problem is the act of ordering a duplicate title voids the original title. Yeah, so I can't transfer the boat into my name. And the only contact I have for the original owners, the people who the boat's in the name of, is on Facebook, and they are not acknowledging my message, and I don't know why. I have the address for one, so I think I'm going to have to actually drive down to Albuquerque and knock on their door. And hope they're not mean. Because, I mean, there's an MVD location right across the street from them, literally. Oh, mine never did. Um, the if I can get them to go to the MVD with me, it's $5 to get a replacement title. So I just have them get a replacement title for the trailer and the boat, and we're done. And then I just transfer them to my name. But if for some reason they're not willing, I don't know why. I mean, you can't have a lien on a 40-year-old boat. There's no way there's going to be a lien on a boat like that. You know, there's no way this is going to have a lien on it. And so I don't know. I have no idea why they would ignore me. But the plan is to put a 1.2 kilowatt electric outboard motor on it and a couple of 300 amp hour lithium iron phosphate batteries. So it won't go very fast. We're talking trolling motor speed here. I'm hoping for 6 or 7 miles an hour. But that would be plenty for me. You know, put a couple of solar panels on it and charge controller. I would never have to plug the thing in. I would never have to feed it fuel. Maintenance would be virtually zero. Just maintain the hull because it'd be an all-electric drive. And go from there. Now, if I can't get them to work with me, maybe. If I can't get them to work with me, I think there is a process available in New Mexico to handle this. You have to get what's called a bonded title. So you sign an affidavit that you legally acquired the boat. There's a public website that they post to, says, okay, this thing has a bonded title. And there's a probationary period, I think like 2 or 3 years, where the original owner can come forward and challenge the title if they have legal right to it. And if they don't, it becomes a regular title and you're good. I think the problem is I don't know how much that costs. You know, if we're talking $100, okay. But if we're talking $500, it'd be cheaper to find another boat hull. So. Yeah, somehow I doubt that. This thing, okay, the boat's in pretty rough shape, but it's intact. The hull is solid. And that's all I care about. You know, so you hear the hull is good. And, you know, I just gotta, you know, put a floor in it, of course, and, you know, add my drivetrain to it over time. I figure it'll take me 2 or 3 years. No, the transom's solid. There is a dent here, like they squeezed it too hard here or something like that, but it's solid. I racked on it pretty hard, and it does not give, does not flex. Transom is really solid, so I think I'm okay with the transom. Also, remember, I'm not putting a gasoline motor on this, so this whole entire boat's going to experience a lot less stress. It's just going to be an electric motor on the back. So, nice, simple. You know, I've already got a fuse box for, as Vince gives me stuff, I will put it on it. I got a fuse box for it. I got a 6-gang box. I got a bunch of LED, you know, light bars and stuff for it. You know, as I get free stuff for it, you know, I'll keep an eye out for things for it. Maybe I can get a battery manufacturer to sponsor the batteries. Yeah. No, the batteries aren't that heavy. They're 70 pounds each, so be 140 pounds in batteries. I'm over 450 pounds, so if it can hold me, it can hold the batteries. Now, this windshield's irreplaceable. There's just no way you're ever going to replace that windshield. But what I'm thinking is 3D print guides for the bottom here to attach, and have just channels to put in 4 pieces of Lexan or polycarbonate. So 2 on the side and 2 on the front. Make a multi-piece windshield that uses flat plates, so I can buy flat plate windows, especially since I would need to make this about 2 feet taller, since I am substantially taller than this is. If I were to sit in this boat, my chest and head would be above this line. So I would make this windshield taller anyway. So I can actually probably show you an idea of what that would look like. Do I have any here? Boats? Yeah, like this. See how it's multi-piece? It's all flat except for this piece here. Well, I would just do that. I would design my own little fairing and use flat plate. And well, no, because it's cracked. It's gone. See, there's a big chunk missing out of it. You can't fix that. See, big chunk gone. Now, if I were still on the East Coast, I might actually be able to find a replacement windshield for this. But out here, yeah, never. Ain't never finding a replacement for that. So I'll just design my own like this, where I can put in pieces and make my own windshield for it. All right, so what do we got on here? Here's a dog STL, Cheeto Box PTF. Here is version 1.8.1. Yeah, I was thinking, well, I want to use something a little bit better. For me, it's actually just for cruising. I like the idea of just, I love being on the water. Like, for example, the one time in Pennsylvania, I was only 2.4 miles from the launch into the Delaware River. And I had a little blue boat. Actually, I can show it to you. Obviously, I don't have it anymore. Here we go. I towed my boat with my Geo Metro. No joke. Here I am, driving my Geo Metro. Do you know what I'm doing with my Geo Metro? You notice the dent in the ceiling? You notice this this circle pattern in the ceiling here? That was because I was tall enough that my head pushed into the ceiling. It was actually starting to cause me to lose hair. So I took a bowling ball and I smacked the inside of the ceiling and I put a dome in the roof. Won't you check this out? So there's my boat. So that's the little boat that I had. That's actually it's a very lightweight boat, not very heavy. It's only a hair bigger than this boat here. But that's a very, very well-balanced trailer. But yeah, I towed that with my Geo Metro. I could never launch it. You could never launch it with the Geo Metro. But, well, you can get it in the water, but you'd never get it out of the water. But, yeah, I had that boat. And, the shear pin failed on the prop. So when you would spin up the motor, the motor would just free spin. And, but if you kept the motor at slow crawl, meaning basically at idle, it would turn the prop. So we were like 15 miles, 20 miles up the Delaware River. We were at the ships in Philadelphia, and I'm all the way down Levittown. So we had to get back to Levittown with no drive. So I just put the boat in idle, and we just all the way back. And sister and brother are freaking out. I'm like, hey, we're moving. We're not sinking. Just relax and enjoy the ride. And I just sat there and read a book. I put the steering wheel in a spot, and I would just look down. You know, every couple of minutes, I would look up and adjust the wheel a little bit, and just look back down and keep reading my book. Eventually, I'd like to have an auto navigation system where I can plot a route. No, we were going against the current, actually. We were going upriver. That's probably why we were going so slow. Because the only speed we had was after we had countered the current. So that actually makes sense why we were going so slow. But it was basically walking speed. We were probably going 3 or 4 miles an hour. Well, I had paddles. You know, we could have paddled to shore if we needed to. That wouldn't have been a problem. And but you know, I just put it in drive and just let it putter all the way back. It worked fine. We had to jerry-rig a way of making the lights light up on the boat because we did not intend to be out after dark, so I never fixed that. We were out after dark this time. So we had to get the lights working. But beyond that, it worked fine. But that's all I want, you know, something like a running speed. I would like to get 8 miles an hour would be really nice. But I would love to eventually have like a little tablet computer, and I would just go tap, 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 tap a course on the lake and just hit execute. And this thing would just put, 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 and execute itself around the lake, all on solar power. I just think that would be just awesome. My ultimate dream would be a pontoon boat with extensions. So I would add pontoons. This would be a 4 pontoon boat, and I would add them on at the dock. So I'd basically have a big giant platform that's motorized, and you know, couches and canopies and stuff like that, and just, you know, sit out on the lake for days. It'd be fun. A skewed view. I haven't seen you in a while. But oh, Cheeto box. Here we go. Not printing yet. Let's see what happens when I turn this on. It turned on. It didn't blow up. It's in Chinese. Let's see. The gear would be settings. I'm guessing the globe would be language. Current language, English. Confirm. There it goes. Now it's in English. So if you get it, it's in Chinese, just press the gear, press the globe, and it goes to English. Now, do I need to calibrate this, or does this come pre-calibrated? No, I don't wish to exit. What tried to close it? Yeah, I know, and I am not thrilled by that. This is using Cheeto 1.8.1. Can you see what we are? I don't know what that means, Pygar. We do not want to automatically check the latest version. Now, is this pre-configured? No, it's not. Oh, this has all of my pre-configurations in here. Hi, kitty. You like the box? Huh? Where is it? There it is. Kitty's in the box. He can't resist a new box. He loves his boxes. That looks like... I do have one thermal imaging camera that I've been having fun with, and it's worked so far. It's worked perfectly. Hang on. Let me show you. You know, it's a cheaper one. It was like $400 or something like that. I, of course, got it for review. I don't got that kind of money. 3DP ends here? I don't see him in here. There it is. Yeah, $3.99. So it's one of the cheaper ones. It's only a 160 by 120 resolution, but it's got the true thermal imaging, and you can take pictures. Nice! I just got the Seedmaker. It's an 8.9-inch 4K. Here is the... Go for it! There is the camera. The only thing that I don't like about it, and it really annoyed me, keep the box, because it doesn't come with a case. That's the only thing I didn't like. It's like, come on, $400 camera, include a case. It's got a USB-C port, so you can take pictures and download them. Ooh, 5x5. Nice. Is it as simple as punching in that? Oh, looks like the computer's getting pissy. What is my... I'm at 79%. Oh, let me increase priority. Task Manager. OBS. Set priority to above normal. That should take care of... I haven't dropped any frames yet, but it's getting close. Let's see. I don't need this. We got that open. There's the configuration file. So, how do I add it? I think I can just click plus. Is Seedmaker listed? No, they're not. All right, how do I import? Add new profile. Nope. How do you add a profile? Nice. How do I import a profile? They have a configuration file. And when I click on profile, it's not doing it. Oh, it is kind of doing it. I need a profile over here. So others. Okay, I created a profile, but how do I import the config file? Maybe I just drag and drop it. Ah, that actually worked. $3840 by $2400. Let's rename this. Seedmaker S3. Okay. None of these have a left arrow. Yeah, none of these have a left arrow. Import profile, right arrow. So the right arrow one right here. That's the import profile. Okay. So that would be how we would do that. But I just did it by dragging and dropping. I just made a new profile and click drag and drop. Now, why isn't this changing to the name? I don't care. Okay. Wait a minute. The size, is that right? Yeah, 192 by 120 by 220. Okay. Resin cost 30. Print. I guess 0.1 is fine. I don't think we need that many bottom layers, but I'll leave it. 3 seconds. 20 seconds. These seem awfully high, but we're going to leave it. Looks like there's G code in here. It looks fine. Machine. Ah. Thank you. Okay. Enter. There we go. Thank you, Travis. LCD mirror. I'm going to leave everything default. Okay. What should we print? You know, I wouldn't mind printing a little one of these. Let's see here. I could actually print it. I could actually print it full size. Look at that. Oh man, that'd be awesome. But no, we're not going to print that full size. Let's print that scale. 25%. So we got that. Yeah, we could print a grenade planter. Can print that full size too. Let's do that at 50% scale. %? Yeah. Oh, let's go a little bigger. It's a planter. So we do need to move it down. Negative 0.1. Because it's not flat. What else do we got here? Oh yeah, I do have some nice wireframes that I want to try printing out. Let's see. And there's a wire wolf head, and there's an elephant. I actually pre-downloaded some files that I thought would be fun to print in resin. Ooh, that's big. Okay. So here's the owl. Oh, yeah. Is it me or is that not sitting on the bed? Oh, it is kind of. Sort of sitting on the bed? Why'd they do it like that? Weird. That one might fail. That one looks a little hokey. Okay. Come on, come on, come on. This one looks like it's got built-in supports. Let's see. Wireframe deer head. The Craftsman STL? What's that? Yeah, Miyazaki is the best. Okay, it looks like there's variations. Do I have icons installed? No, I do not. Oh, yes, I do. That looks broken as hell. Oh, this is a multi-part file. I don't want to mess with that. That's going to require some support work. So we is not going to mess with that right now. But I definitely want to print that hummingbird. That looks cool. Oh man, that looks cool. But not right now. And we're going to get rid of the owl because I think that's not going to print. Let's get you over here. Get that over there. Yeah, the elephant looks really cool. Where's my Marvin? There it is. We, of course, have to do a Marvin. So we'll stick a Marvin on there. And we should do a Benchy as well. I don't have the Benchy downloaded? Seriously? Come on. That takes a little bit of tuning, because if you do a print in place without tuning, it'll just be fused. Yeah, we're shrinking them all down small. You gotta remember though, when you do resin printing, only the Z height affects print time. So you can fill the build plate and it takes the same amount of print time. We're not going to totally fill the build plate because that's risky. But we're going to fill the center. Okay. Now the bench should show up. There it is. See, we're just going to fill out the center here. And we're going to shrink the benchy down too. We don't have to, but I'm going to anyway. Let's print it at 75% scale. 80% scale? Yeah, 80% is good. Rotate you that way. There. Now, this could end up being a little on the thin side, but I think it'll be okay. That's got built-in supports, so I'm not worried about that. Actually, I think we can shrink down Mr. Elephant a little bit. Why are you giving me a hard time? Yeah, there we go. Yeah. No, that's actually a, let's see, 80% scale benchy. So we shrank it 20%. That should be adequate. None of that needs supports except what already has supports. We're going to leave it solid. We're not going to hollow anything. That should be adequate. Slice. We're going to leave it the settings that they included. Really, Cat? Really? You gonna make a mess, huh? Huh? You gonna make a mess? No, it has not been hollowed. It's gonna print it solid. Oh, this one here? Yeah, that's already hollowed. It's a planter pot of a grenade. Hi, kitty. You want to go in here? Come on. Go in here. I'll put this on top of you. You're too smart, huh? I was going to trap you inside that lid. That looks good. It says 2 hours. That seems like a long time. But they are only using 0.1. Yeah, that's this right here. That is Totoro. It's a phone stand holder. I'll give you a better view when I switch cameras. Let's see. Seedmaker. Writing file. So that is this, which is Totoro from the movie My Neighbor Totoro. And that is a phone holder. So where's my phone? You can take your phone and you can stick it there or there. No, that's infill, but not hollowed. Technically, all FDM prints are hollowed unless you define 100% infill. Okay. I believe that worked. Right, successful. Okay. Yes, I want to quit. Okay. All right. Do I need to do anything? I guess we just go for it. Should probably mix it up first. We are going to use Sci-fi Fast. Figure use the good stuff to give it the best shot of succeeding. And I already spilled it. It didn't take nearly as much as I thought. I don't see a leveling process. And it looks like it's been pre-adjusted, and I believe their instructions said don't adjust it. So I'm going to leave it alone. I usually use 20% infill. 5% infill is something I use a lot when I do 1.2 millimeter nozzles, though. We shall see what it does. Well, there is a set 0 point, so to level this, hang on. I would loosen these 4 screws, click the set 0 point, manually push the plate down to level it, tighten the screws, lock into 0. I did tighten this, right? Yes. I've done that before. Not tighten this. Mr. Made in the 80s. Okay, Mr. Made in the 80s. Let's see how made in the 80s you really are. And don't nobody help them. Identify this. He said made in the 80s. Come on. Oh, really? Cool. Hey, I said don't do that. Good boy. A lot of other people guessed He-Man as well, and I guess I could see where people would get that, but no. I'll give you the one and only hint that I gave the others. Death Blossom. You're not supposed to help him, Timothy. You know how much damage I could do with this? Mm-hmm. Just the pommel alone, man. Look at them spikes. Just think about what I could do to you. Just do E. I actually don't know. I don't know actor names, so I have no idea who Louis Gossett Jr. is. Well, there's a science fiction movie where a kid plays a video game, and the video game is actually a test to see whether he could fly this thing. Yeah. Timothy gave it to you. Yeah, but it's from the Last Starfighter. It's Zor's Scepter, the bad guy. Great movie. I love that movie. Uh-huh. Uh-huh, sure. Hello, Sean Simon. Yeah, that was their major their one-shot attack. Kind of silly, but it was awesome because it was the '80s and we love sci-fi. Yes, it was. It was a good movie. It's one of the reasons why I like the Tesla Cybertruck so much. It reminds me of Saturn's car. We definitely have something stuck. What did I think of the Starship stack? Holy shit. That's what I think of it. Oh my word. Let me show you that picture again. A really good picture somebody posted. Only if I'm really, really upset with you. And if I'm that upset with you, you're in trouble. Yeah, I'm trying to find a picture for you. Will we? Isn't that Wesley Crusher from Next Generation? I just gotta find the guy's name. Hey, he was matter of fact, man. He just said it like it is. Ah, come on, it's so slow. I don't know. It's an ultraviolet light sword, obviously, but I don't know exactly what it is. We're definitely getting layers, though, because I can hear the suction. Yeah, you can use it open like that. There's not enough UV in here to do anything. You need a pretty concentrated UV source to really do anything. I mean, we can put it on. Ain't gonna hurt nothing, though. There you go. But yeah, you can use it open like that for a short time. It's fine. I mean, I wouldn't leave it open for days. Okay, this is pretty cool. All right. Give him credit. He's right. Have you seen the new LaserMaster Pro 2? It's got the little cover right around the laser head itself. That's genius. I have a couple printers that have holes in the build plate like that. I think the original Creality printer had holes in it like that, and oh, there was another one that I had that used no name software, used proprietary software. Oh, that's just cute. See you later, Travis. Thank you for joining in. This printer has an 8.9-inch 4K monochrome screen. So it's got a build volume of like 120 by 180 or something like that. It's a pretty big build. For a resin printer, it's a pretty big build volume. Sweet. I can't wait to see what you make with it. Well, resin tends to be slower until you realize you can fill the build plate, and then it gets real fast. Especially if you use transparent fast resin with like a 1 second layer time and 0.2 millimeter layer height. Oh man, can you do things fast? Okay, that's a really cool ceiling fan. That's just awesome. Yeah, the LaserMaster Pro 2 is nice. I got clean cuts with that on my first try. Come on, where is the guy's name? All I gotta do is find his name, and then I can click on it and get the post listing. Wow. This is a marble bust of Maria Barberini Duglioli. It'd be great if someone could make a resin model of that. That would be an amazing print with all that lace, with all the lace details. Wow, that would be an amazing print. That's actually a marble statue. But that's something I would definitely love to print. Not really. It wouldn't be a pain to clean. It'd be pretty easy, actually. You stick that in a wash and cure, and you don't have to do anything to it. Wash and cure is amazing, man. A wash and cure station is awesome. And if you don't have a wash and cure station, but you have an airbrush, well, just put isopropyl in the tank instead of paint. It's very effective at cleaning prints. Where is he? There he is. I can search for him. I didn't know I could do that. You can tell I'm not exactly very good at Facebook. Maybe. Or hit it with the air. That's one reason I like having two wash and cure stations, because I have two buckets. So eventually I want a third, so I can have wash, wash, cure. Just dedicate one machine to each function. But the idea is the second station has cleaner isopropyl. So you clean it in the first one. Yeah, Logan, I'm on a live stream. What's up? No, what is it? Oh, great. Oh, screw that. Hang on. You said 2006 Trailblazer, right? Seriously? Ouch. $65. You could have it Saturday. Well, buy both and return that one. What do you mean? Just take it back. Is it that much of a pain? Hmm. Huh. Yeah, yours looks like it's electronic, too. It's wiring harness going to it. It's got some kind of hose or harness going to it. Mm. I'm going to add it to your list. $65 with a 5% coupon. Hey, Michelle! The demons are hungry! Hang on. My computer's being slow because I'm streaming. AutoZone coupons are not common. You'd have to look around for it. I can't do that during the live stream. All right, as soon as it actually pops up, the computer is busy doing the stream, so it's slow. But I'll add it. I'll add it to your list. You can get it on Saturday, so you might want to see if you can borrow a car. I don't know, but $200, man, is insane. Check everywhere. Check O'Reilly's. Check Pep Boys. Check AutoZone, Advance Auto. Make sure you check them all. All right, bye. Okay. Logan's truck broke down back in Pennsylvania, and want me to look up price for a part. Yeah, $65 part, and they want to charge him $200 for it, and he might have to pay it because his car's broken down. Why is this taking so long? Come on. There we go. All right, Jerry Knapp. Here we go. Here's that Starship picture that I just thought was awesome. Seriously? Stop loading. There we go. Look at this picture. That's a cool picture. It just blew my mind. This is the booster, and this is the Starship. And those are people. Jesus, that thing is freaking huge. Amiga 500 Mini, huh? Yeah, the LCD screen is just a black LCD screen with the black tape going around the edge. It actually looks identical to the Mars and the Creality and whatnot. In the beginning of this stream, you should be able to see it because I pulled the VAT off. That's a great picture, though. I still can't believe how good that is. Risk zero. And it's absolutely delicious. Very impressed. Today we have the Seedmaker S3 Particle S3. It is a Kickstarter. So there is that warning there. You know, there's always a risk with Kickstarters. I think it's a pretty safe risk here, but it is a Kickstarter. There's no guarantees. But $500 Kickstarter special price for an 8.9-inch 4K monochrome resin printer. Very cool. We are printing with some Sci-fi Fast. Figure use the good stuff, give it its best shot. That is brisk 0, baby. Finally, somebody replied about the boxes. I need to get rid of boxes. I got so many friggin' boxes. We also got this. Baja Blast 0. I was like, nice. It tastes just like brisk. I don't know how they did that. It tastes just like brisk. I think they were 3 12-packs for $12, and I had a couple coupons, a $1.50 coupon, and some fetch coupons. So I got it for like $10. So it's like what, $3.30 a pop for 12 of them. Not exactly cheap, but not crazy expensive. Now this I never tried before. Tastes like diet. This is not as good as the original Baja Blast. They lose something in the diet. Oh, upside down. Oh, I'll take a picture. That's fine. I'll do it right now when this is done in 90 minutes. The Brisk 0, delicious. Amazing. The Brisk Baja, or the Zero Baja, I'm not blown away. Yeah, it's not very good. In my opinion, it's not very good. Now, that might be a weird one that actually tastes better when it's a little bit warmer, so we'll see. I have a flexible, removable bed cover. Looks like BuildTech material on thin fiberglass. So that's what they were using before they switched over to this glass with the silicone carbon layer on it, the like ultra base, like Anycubic ultra base. A lot of them were using fake tack, which is like build tack, on a piece of fiberglass, and then you just use binder clips to attach it. I like that because it is very similar to Wham Bam flex plates, because you can give it a little bit of a flex. Hey Paul, we're going pretty good. I think the print is successful. I mean, I can hear it doing a little suction release. The fans are definitely not quiet. They're not noisy like normal 3D printing fans. I think because the fans are larger, so they make their presence known, but they're not that annoying high pitch loud that fans usually are. This sounds more like a quiet dust extraction system in your shop, or your range hood fan. It's got a deeper sound to it. It makes its presence known, but it's not as annoying. Your rocker did not turn out too good. What rocker? Yeah, I imagine it needs to be pretty good because it's got a big 120 millimeter fan, and I'm guessing that's for the LED array. Because that LED array has got to get hot. I'd like to see them start using like copper heat pipes You know, some good, like, put a nice chunk of copper in there. You know, really draw off that heat. Hell, maybe even a Peltier with a copper heatsink to actively cool it. Because when you start getting into LED arrays this size, the life expectancy of the LEDs becomes a material issue. You know, how long will that array last? Does it even have the ability to sense its own light? Can it tell that the UV array is degrading? I doubt it. It'll probably just keep on going as if it's working fine. What is the build size? Let me check. Here we go. So we have a 3840 by 2400 pixel resolution with a 192 by 120 by 220 build volume. This 2 to 3 second layers seems awfully long. I'm wondering if that's just what they averaged with the darker resins, or if the UV array is weaker. Now, I'm okay with a weaker UV array if they're underutilizing the UV ray to extend its lifespan. That would be a good thing. But I usually get, you know, half a second to 1 second layer times with monochrome screens. But that's with the smaller printers, and that's with transparent resins. Oh boy. So I'll have to try it and see if I can get layer times that short. But your big slowdown with this printer is going to be the Wham Bam's a good replacement, and they have a PC sheet which is similar to the Fake Tack Build Tack. Or you could just buy, you know, whatever Fake Tack sheet you want. Going pretty good. Actually, let's pause it. I don't want to pause it. I don't want to mess it up. But I think it's working well. I heard the suction in the first few layers, so something was sticking to the plate. Let me see if I can tell. Can't tell. I don't know. I never heard of them before. It's a company called Seedmaker. So I honestly don't know. I mean, as always with Kickstarter, it's a risk. So always, always, always remember it's a Kickstarter. And their first printer, so growing pains. You can ask Edge of Tech. He had some issues with his. Not sufficiently packed, so it got banged up in shipping. They corrected that with mine. Mine was much better packed. And they actually sent it in a wooden crate. Actually, I want to keep the wooden crate. It's just it's a wooden crate, so I'm keeping it. But they're definitely going to want to use a double thick box. They're also going to want to use a larger box. Because even this box that they sent it in, I don't know if I consider that to be sufficient. No, Kickstarter's still available, I think. No, it's not. You're right. I don't see any back option, so it looks like the Kickstarter is over. So you'll have to wait until they go into normal production. Yeah, 101 backers. That's not too bad considering they're a first-time company and they've never done a printer before. So there's going to be some hesitancy. Now, the good thing about a low backer count is they only have to make and ship 101 of them. So the probability of failure should be pretty low. You know, I would actually be more worried if they got like 1,000 backers, because now they'd have to somehow make 1,000 printers. But in this case, they only have to make 100. So, we'll see. Edge of Tech, I would definitely contact them and see if they'll send you the ball screw assembly. You know, just that whole entire chunk, and see if you can get yours working properly. I don't know. Anycubic, Eligo, Frozen, EPACs, and Creality printers are not locked to only using the Qi 2 slicer. Qi 2 is locking them to only using that slicer. It's important to recognize that that lockdown is coming from Qi 2 Box, not from those companies. Those companies are kind of in a rock and a hard place. They've built machines based on that platform, and now the company is locking it down, which is messed up. This is using Qi 2 Box 1.8.1. So if that's before the lockdown, and I'm pretty sure it is since I already had 1.8.1 installed, this should still be open. I will not be updating the firmware. Unless there's a material fix to a problem, I will not be updating the firmware on this. And I will be looking into using something besides Qi 2 Box, because I just don't want to patronize a company that's going to be that, what do you call it? Not antagonistic, that hostile to its consumers. Locking down a product is consumer hostile. And I do not like that at all. I mean, if you want to incentivize people to use your platform, that's fine. But to try to force people to use your platform, yeah. I don't like that one bit. Now, for example, Simplify 3D. Simplify 3D is it's a proprietary software that is closed source, but they made 0 attempts to lock you in. It uses standard STL, standard G codes. It doesn't do anything special to the files that would force you to keep using just their program. You know, I'm okay with closed source. But when you start trying to impose your closed source on everybody and force everybody to lock into your software, that pisses me off a little bit. That does not make me a happy critter. I'm guessing, well, you'll have to obviously wait for him to reply, but my guess is the same shipping damage that messed up his cover also probably messed up the no, they're not. That's not Ronald, you're on the right track, but you're not quite right. What they're doing is worse. What they're doing is okay, 3D printing manufacturer or inkjet printers. They have the razor blade model, cheap printer, expensive ink. One printer company I don't like in the early days was Epson. Epson kept, even though they're my favorite brand, they kept altering their ink to a finer and finer and finer resolution for the sole purpose of making third-party inks not work correctly. And that's borderline what the Qi 2 Box is doing. What Qi 2 Box is doing is even worse. They are letting manufacturers build around this platform, and then they're pulling the carpet out from under them and says locking down. That's bullshit. That would be like printer manufacturers letting you use any printer you want, paper you want, and then after everybody has their Hewlett-Packard, Canon, and Epson printers, then they all come out with their own proprietary papers and then update the printers to only work with their paper. That's what Qi 2 Box is doing. What's an SAS model? Oh, yeah, see, I won't do software as a service. If I can't buy the software, I don't want it. I will not rent software. That's why I won't use the new um Adobe stuff, because it's all rental. I will not rent software. I will own it, or I will have nothing to do with it. If you want to have pay upgrades, that's fine, as long as those upgrades aren't required. So what's going to happen now, what I hope is going to happen, since resin's really taking off now, I'm hoping there's going to be a third party who's going to make an open source board, and the entire industry will hopefully give Chi2Box a big middle finger. Someone got a message, I think, from Eligu, was it? That said they won't tolerate a lockdown and that they will look for an alternative. I hope they follow through on that, and it wasn't just what do you call that when a company just says something to say it but doesn't really mean it. But I hope they're serious about that, because that's what we need. We need one manufacturer to buck that. Well, yeah, almost all these printers are Chi2 based. And now Chi2Box is pulling the rug out. And that is not cool. Well, open source boards probably weren't made because they didn't need to. Off the shelf was available. So why bother? Why bother developing something if it's already available? Just use what's available, especially if it's cheap and affordable. Good. Yeah, see, now I'm hopeful with Creality because Creality likes having control. Creality doesn't like being under someone else's thumb for their products. That's why they're making a lot, and not always under someone's thumb because of anything malicious. For example, Creality is having a problem with, who makes the good power supplies? The ones that want to see the power supplies and the printers. Yeah, I know, I heard that. Meanwhile, for example, Creality had a problem with Meanwell power supplies because Meanwell literally couldn't make enough of them to keep up. The Creality needed so many of them, Meanwell couldn't make enough of them. And so it's not always malicious. Meanwell's not doing anything malicious. They just can't make enough of them. And so Creality's working on alternatives. They're trying to come up with a Meanwell, analog. And they have that new one with the red and blue logo that people question. Seems to be equivalent quality though. Let someone come and get boxes. Thank God. I have a giant pile of cardboard boxes out in the front yard. Just hoping someone will come get them. No, this just happened in the last month. Her contract was up and didn't get renewed, which is too bad. Meanwhile means well. But Creality is the type of company to not tolerate someone else dictating terms to them. And they have the resources to work on an alternative. So I could see them spearheading this. Yeah, last 2 weeks or so. Last 2 or 3 weeks. I was hoping she might be able to help me get a Hallett Sky Max. Yeah, I doubt that happened. But I really wanted that Hallet Sky Max because that's a resin printer with a 13.3-inch screen. But he can hope. I actually got a message from some guy. They want to send me a Hallet 1. The problem is I already have 6 printers that size. What I want is I would like to get the Hallet Sky, because the Hallet Sky would be a good comparison to this printer since they're both 8.9-inch printers. Well, see, that doesn't work, RG Props. That never works. That almost never, ever works. Saying don't buy their stuff because of locked boards just doesn't work, because they know if they can get the manufacturers on board, then you'll be on board. Maybe not you and me, but the mass of the population, it just doesn't care. They don't know enough to care. We know. We know it's bad news, because as soon as they lock down the market, as soon as they have everybody locked in, well, development's going to slow down. Because why? You don't have to develop at a hyper fast rate because you've already got everybody locked in. They can't do anything about it. So even if the company means well and does plan to continue updating, they'll eventually stop because they don't have to. Why wouldn't anybody talk about it? Is it that they won't talk about it, or they don't know about it? Because even people in the industry, I could see not knowing about it. Just, they just use Cheetah Box. They don't care. They don't see a difference. I could see many people simply not being aware. So rattle the cages, raise awareness, because it's people like us that have to tell the manufacturers we don't like this. Hopefully, get the manufacturers on board to work on an alternative solution to give the big finger to Cheetah Box. On larger screen with fixed resolution, does print res decrease too? Of course. If you have the same number of pixels over a larger area, then you have a lower resolution by definition. So the way this would work is screen resolution doesn't matter and print volume doesn't matter. What matters is the ratio of screen resolution to print volume. So what you would need is the equivalent of pixels per inch, or PPI. That would be the number you would be looking for. Well, that's all you can do. You just keep rattling that bell, keep rattling that cage, and get more people involved. That's all we can do. They might be ignoring it because they don't care, or they might be ignoring it because they don't know what you're talking about and they don't want to talk about something that they're unaware of. I'll do that. I'll brush off a subject if I'm completely in the dark on something, because I want to do my research and find out what in the world I'd be talking about first before I make a fool of myself. I just happen to already know a little bit about this subject from Jesse. But I also understand a little bit of history about proprietary software and locking down vendors, and that's just a bad idea. Hopefully, Eligoo and Creality, maybe they could work together. That wouldn't be a bad idea. Is Lychee open source or is it closed source? Is there currently an open source slicer available? Yeah, I mean, I've been totally happy with Cheetah Box. Cheetah Box works great. The software's fine. The software works perfectly fine. But I guess this would be considered their political position, so to speak. But when their politics affect me, and it will, Because locked down software and hardware always ends bad for the consumer, no exceptions. There is no time in all of history where locking people into something has ever resulted in good. No one has ever, it has never happened. Locking down has never resulted in good, never. Yes, you're going to have some people who don't want to bite the hand that feeds them. But then again, Cheetah doesn't make printers, so I don't really care what Cheetah thinks of what I say. When I have a relationship with somebody, that does change how I interact with them. I'd be lying if I said it didn't. Now, that's not going to make me shill for them, but I will, and even when I don't have a relationship with them, you have to be tactful. You can't, I mean, now, if someone sends me genuine hot garbage that never should have left the factory, I'm probably not going to be too nice to them. It's gonna be pretty rough. But if it just has issues, you don't sit there and trash the company because they're never going to want to interact with you again. Oh, but you have to be honest with your viewers. You could be honest with your viewers without talking trash about somebody. You know what I mean? You don't have to talk shit about somebody to be honest. There's something called tact and etiquette. So you do have to be tactful and you have to use etiquette, to handle these things. You have to be a professional. Professional doesn't mean shilling. Professional means you don't just talk out your ass. So if I have a problem with something, so Lychee's not a good option either because they could eventually do the same thing. Although Lychee has no hardware, right? See, the problem with Cheetah is they do the software and the hardware. So they can lock the two together, and that's exactly what they're doing. So, for example, well, I'll give you a perfect example. I got these calipers, okay? They don't work. Well, they kind of work. So when I turn these calipers on, the on-off button doesn't work. And when I touch the other buttons, it turns on momentarily and then turns off. Hey, that stayed on that time. Okay. So, oh no, it turned off again, and it's flickering. It's going crazy. So the buttons are bad, okay? I had, I'm not going to write my review. I got to review these. I'm not going to write my review saying, these are garbage, they didn't work. No, okay? I'm tactful. I'm professional. I contacted the company. I don't tell them I'm reviewing it. And I say, hey, I bought your calipers. Here's a picture. They don't work right. The calipers themselves are fine. The electronics are bad or something. The on-off button doesn't work, and the other two buttons make it flash. If I take the battery out and put the battery back in, I can make it turn on, and then it'll work, but I can't zero it out. I can't tar it to zero because the zero button doesn't work. And I also can't switch between millimeters and inches because that button doesn't work. Well, they replied, no problem. We see the picture. We'll send you a replacement right away. I got the replacement. Replacement works perfectly fine. Now, full disclosure, when I review it, I will tell my viewers, the first one I received was defective. The buttons didn't work. Manufacturer replaced without hesitation. The replacement works perfectly fine. And then I continue on with my review. So I was tactful and professional. The manufacturer was able to, or the seller was able to correct the problem and fix it. They sent me a new one. Okay? And now I also get to judge their customer service, which is also excellent. Although you can't do that in the review. Amazon separates seller review feedback and product review feedback. So I just mentioned the fact that replaced without hesitation, another one. Well, here's another classic example. I got this little battery box. Now, this battery box has an area light on the back. But when I press the button to turn on the flashlights, I can turn on those lights, and they have their modes, but I can't get this to turn on. So I just figured it was bad. Now, that's not going to cause me to flog it because that's not really a big deal to me. But it turns out it's a different button. I contacted the manufacturer. I left it open-ended. I didn't say, can you replace it? Because I figured maybe it's an operational thing, too.
Well, turns out it was. This button here is how you turn that on. Now, normally, this is just how you turn on the DC. But if you press and hold that, then that light turns on. I didn't know that, and the instructions weren't clear. All right, so, again, I was tactful. They gave me the directions to fix the issue that I had, and I updated the review. That turned out to be user error confounded by poor instructions. So hopefully they'll now correct their instructions, and the customer service was good. So the same thing works with these. When I have a problem with a 3D printer, we work through the problem as best I can, and then sometimes live on stream, sometimes not live on stream, I'll sit down and I'll think about it. I was like, okay, was this a design flaw? Was it a shipping flaw? You know, for example, in Edge of Tech's case, it was a shipping issue. It was improperly packaged. Exactly, Michael. That's the thing, right? And I think that's why I'm like top 300 reviewer on Amazon now, because people like my reviews. They're actually helpful. Well, this wasn't just a case of USPS though. This was a manufacturer issue. The package didn't arrive destroyed. The packaging was inadequate for the product. Okay. Now, when they sent mine, they had clearly, Edge of Tech told me his was not shipped like that. So clearly they recognized, okay, Edge of Tech got his, it was effed up. We better beef up the packaging. And they did. They beefed up the packaging, and mine arrived just fine. Oh, I know you're joking, but you're not far from the truth. People can be vindictive dicks. I've seen reviews like, "What's wrong with you, dude?" You know what I mean? Like, wow. Exactly. They're written out of emotion, and half of them are, "I didn't get what I want, so F you. You're getting a 1-star review." Half of them are that. But you can usually see that in the review. The problem is, there you go. So they're making corrections. I hope they'll work with Edge of Tech to fix his printer. It might take a bit of work. You know, asking them to send a whole new printer is asking a lot. Even though I would like a whole new printer if something was wrong with it, I can understand them not wanting to dump 2 into it. You know, I didn't pay for it. They sent it for free. They sent me this for nothing. But I'm hoping maybe they'll work with him and send him the vertical array. Send him that chunk of metal all intact, you know, with the ball screw and everything installed. So all he has to do is replace that. Maybe because that wouldn't cost them that much to ship. Where can you get a dry box for filament? You go to Walmart and you buy a pet food dry box. They sell pet food dry boxes at Walmart. They're usually on wheels. They'll hold like 10 rolls of filament, maybe more, and they have airtight seals. And you can just buy one of those for $30 and put all your filament in it. I buy these active silica gel packets. So basically it plugs into the wall and it's got a heater built into it. And it's basically a big thing full of silica gel. And so what I do is, you know, every month or so I swap. I'll plug one into the wall, let it dry out overnight, and then I'll swap it with the one in the container. Now keep in mind, a dry box does not dry filament. You cannot, well, not easily. You can't passively dry filament. I have thought of that. The problem is, I would have a moral issue donating a printer to somebody and not providing them with support. And I don't know if I can manage supporting them. Because the problem is, when you have a school, for them to support themselves, they're going to want all the same thing. So if I can't just give them 10 different 3D printers, they really need 10 of the same printer so that they only have to train once on how to manage, operate, repair, and maintain one printer. On top of that, most schools, at least everyone that I've contacted, cannot accept the printers that I have. Because for a school to accept a printer, it has to have certain certifications and listings. So UL listings and stuff like that, for their insurance liability, which is why a lot of schools can't buy these cheap Chinese printers, because they don't have the US certifications that would cover them in an insurance issue. So if a fire started, their insurance could say no to coverage if they used a non-certified device. So most of the schools I've contacted have, they obviously they've been contacted before with similar, have told me that they want to, they would love to take them, but they can't because their insurance won't cover it. So that's the problem with giving them to schools. Now, local groups like a makerspace or something like that, yes, absolutely. I actually did find a makerspace in town here. I actually went to a yard sale and found the guy. He had some cool old radio equipment. So I'm going to be looking to donate some printers to them. And, hell, give me access to the makerspace. Nah, I don't want no money. I'll gladly give a makerspace some printers. And so those kind of places can take this kind of stuff. But schools can't. Anything government can't, because they'd lose their insurance coverage. So that's the problem. And the few printers I have that I probably could donate to a school, I won't, because I'm going to keep them. Like, I this probably wouldn't pass insurance either, but like, I wouldn't give this to a school because I like this. I want to keep this. But I'm sorry I drifted. That's okay. We do a lot of drifting. That's totally fine. Well, part of the reason they're expensive is because they are certified, inspected. They have warranty service. They have support services. Those things cost a lot of money. There's a reason a Lulzbot, a G-Create, and an Ultimaker cost a lot more than one of these. And that's because you're paying for all of that. All of that isn't free. That you're talking, $30,000, $40,000, $50,000 a year employees that you have to pay to do this stuff. And so you have to build that cost into your product. Creality doesn't have to do anything except send you some replacement parts if you need them, if they're broken or something like that. So they have all those costs disappear. Why do you think they can sell you an Ender 3 for $200? An Ender 3 should cost $1,500. That's a fair price for an Ender 3, $1,200 to $1,500. So how can they sell you an Ender 3 for $200? Well, part of it is the cost of material. Well, a large part of it is the materials cost difference. Some of it is the labor cost difference, which isn't as big as you might think. But a lot of it is all of this secondary ancillary support, certification, inspection stuff that they don't have to do. And that has a dramatic impact on the final price of the product. So when you're buying from Lulzbot or G-Create or Ultimaker, you're paying for that. I can call up Lulzbot and get support for my product. I can call up G-Create and get support for my product. Try calling Creality. If you could find a number, the person's going to be speaking Chinese and probably have no idea what you're talking about. Now, that doesn't mean Creality's bad. They're operating within the environment that exists for them. And the advantage of that is you get a $1,200 printer for $200. But that means you're your own warranty service, you're your own support service, and you're your own maintenance service. All right? That's why we have online forums to help with that kind of stuff. That's why we have people like me to help with that kind of stuff. And so a lot of people, it's a non-malicious form of selfishness. We are a little bit spoiled here in the U.S. We're used to just being able to go back to the store and return it, or call up the manufacturer. We don't even bother calling the manufacturer. We just go to the store and return it. Or if it's something big like Hunter ceiling fan or Mirage air conditioning unit, I call the installer under warranty and he comes out and takes care of it. Right? We're used to that here. So, we get this cheaper stuff from China, but then we still expect the same level of support. That's not how it works. But we're not used to that. And so I always warn people, if you expect that kind of support, don't buy this. You need to think of these Chinese printers as more You go into a Home Depot and there's a box, and the employees just grabbed random parts off the shelf that work together and stuck it in the box and said, here's your DIY kit. Okay, that's what you're buying. You're buying a DIY kit, which means you're going to get minimal, if any, support, warranty, or maintenance. Okay, the best you can hope for is replacement parts. And that's all you should hope for. But you save $1,000. So instead of paying $1,200 for the printer, you're paying $200 for the printer. And as far as I'm concerned, to me that's an equitable exchange. I'm okay with that. Because let's be real. They're not complicated machines and they're not hard to fix. They're pretty simple devices when you really boil it down. Tinkering? What's that? Oh, tinkering. Now, as some of these companies get bigger, we get a lot of the advantages of that. You know, you buy a printer from Creality or Anycubic or Longer 3D or Sovo, you buy a printer from those companies, you're going to reap the rewards of a lot of the experience they've gained over the last 5 years. And so those printers come with a lot less potential issues than they did 5 years ago. And so you're much more likely to have a more consistent experience. And you're also much more likely to be able to find parts because they're devolving into a common set of parts. And so it's more equitable for third parties to make those parts available. When you can offer one hot end that fits 35 different printers versus offering 35 hot ends for 35 different printers, it makes it a lot easier to offer parts. So now you can go on Amazon and buy the common spare parts you'll need. You know, heater cartridge, thermistor, hot end, stepper motors, you know, the extruder, feeder units. You can buy all that stuff right off Amazon now. And it'll fit all of those machines. So you gain that advantage over time. But you're still not going to have much in the way of direct support from the company. They're just not rigged for it, and the machines aren't priced for it. You know, they don't have a support division because they don't have to have a support division. And that savings gets passed on to you. I can't see what's going on in there yet. Now, as far as what were we talking about? Crap, I missed it. I forgot. Hang on, let me see if I can find it. I don't like missing people's questions. Mm-hmm. Oh, dry box. So you can't passively dry filament, at least not usually. Well, see, Prusa's a middle ground. All right, Prusa is they're closer to the Chinese printers than the in-country printers, but there's a reason a Prusa is $800, $1,000, because you're paying for a little bit more support, a little bit more back channel access than you would get from a Chinese company or any company that just makes a box of parts and sends it out. So that's one of the reasons a Prusa costs more. All right, you're paying the higher wages of a first world nation. You're paying for that little bit of extra, such as support and warranty that they'll actually back up. They can actually back up and honor. You're paying for that. That's why a Prusa costs $800. All right, you could make a Prusa clone for $300, but you're paying $800 because you're paying the higher wages. You're paying for the support. You're paying for the warranty. You're also paying for the R&D. By buying those printers from Prusa, that allows Prusa to update Slick 3R for nothing. Prusa Slicer is an open source slicer called Slick 3R. I believe it's Slick 3R. And they're updating it. It's kind of why Simplify 3D can't compete. Because Simplify 3D, they have to pay engineers. All right? So they have to sell the software to pay engineers to write the software. While Prusa doesn't. Prusa makes the money from selling printers and puts a little bit of that into the software, even though it's free software, even though they're not selling the software, because they'll make it back with the better experience users have with their hardware, the printers. So as soon as Ultimaker started working on Cura and Prusa started working on Slick 3R, I predicted Simplify 3D was going to die. I do not see an economic model going forward for Simplify 3D. And then now you have Idea Maker, which is also fantastic. So when you combine these free alternatives and how they are being backed by hardware manufacturers, Simplify 3D can't compete. Even if they weren't internally messed up a little bit with an attitude and a chip on their shoulder, which was actually getting a little bit better toward the end there, but then it was too late. They can't compete with free. Well, make software free. Well, and how the hell do you pay the fucking software engineers? Pull the Walmart, pay them minimum wage, and teach them how to use, food stamps? I mean, they can't. They don't have a 3D printer company to profit from to support free software. Ultimaker and Prusa do. They don't have to profit from the software because they profit from the printers. So as soon as those big companies started updating the open source software, that was the death knell for Simplify 3D. There's nothing they can do about it. By the way, if anybody knows a hack to crack Simplify 3D, let me know. The hack that's currently available doesn't work on 4.1.2. Your sliced file comes out nothing. Actually, it slices the support, but it doesn't slice the model. So something's wrong with the hack. That doesn't work on 4.1.2. Because I have 4 machines I want to run it on. And the license only lets you run it on 2. Which is really annoying. Exactly. If you want to be handheld, you buy a Lulzbot, you buy a G-Create, you buy an Ultimaker. They didn't end. They were announcing. I told you they're ending. At least I'm predicting it. It is. I'm hoping they come out with version 5. I'm hoping it's compelling enough that people are willing to pay. I really, really hope. Yeah, I can see it is printing. I can finally see pieces of it. I really hope they pull through because Simplify 3D is still my favorite slicer. I still, right now, today, get better results from Simplify 3D with less effort than I do from Idea Maker, Prusa Slicer, or Cura. I can create a Simplify 3D profile in 30 seconds with almost no effort and know that I'm going to get good prints right off the bat. Can't do that with the other 3. The other 3 take a bit more effort. Now, some of that is just learning it, but I don't have to learn Simplify 3D. It just works. And just works is what I want. I don't really care about fancy infill types, even though I'd like to have them. I don't really care. From my perspective, I want what just works. And Simplify 3D just works. I would really love to see them succeed. But I don't see how. I just don't see how they can beat free. And they can't use the free model. They can't. They have to charge for it. And because we're in a limited market, they also have to charge for the upgrade. They can't do free upgrades. They can't. It's not economically viable. Not when you have to pay rent, lease, utilities, and employee wages. You can't. So, I mean, put yourself in Simplify. I don't know. I have no idea. Do they add printers? I thought users added those profiles. I didn't know Simplify 3D actually added profiles. I have no idea. I don't think anybody has heard a peep from Simplify 3D. No replies in the forums as far as I'm aware. No replies to support requests as far as I'm aware. I mean, has anybody heard anything from them official? I mean, the website still exists. But there's been no updates, nothing. I mean, just absolutely nothing. I don't have either one, so I honestly don't know. Ooh, the site's a little goofy. Something's broken. See, there used to be stuff down here. And now it's not loading properly? Oh, that might be ghostery. Hang on. Trust the site. Ghostery sometimes does weird things to sites. No, it's not ghostery. So something's not right. This doesn't look proper. Anything on the blog? Oh, that's good. Okay. Yeah, why isn't this loading properly? Nope, that just loads up the console. Why won't this load correctly? Well, isn't that weird? That's what I'm about to do, load Chrome. I don't know why Firefox gives me a hard time lately, but I want my plugins, so I can't use Chrome as my regular browser. There we go. So there's basically nothing here. So November 5th, 2018 was the last real update from them. Yeah, Idea Maker's kicking ass. They're kicking ass, chewing bubblegum, taking names, and they're all out of bubblegum. Yeah, I've been very impressed with Idea Maker. And I love how they've jumped on the CR30 and they're updating the software for the CR30. Because I'm about to start doing some stuff with the CR30. I just got to make the room. I got to make the space. I need 30 feet of space for the CR30, so I need a little bit of space. Yeah, so it's something. It's a compatibility of Firefox, which is really annoying. But what are you gonna do? Yeah, I'm not blown away by the Baja Zero. It's not very good. It's drinkable. It's just not very good. That time is fine. I will see you then. Yeah, this looks good. I see all the parts. I think it's printing. Yay! It's succeeding. It's working. I got parts. A whole bunch of little parts. Just a big print would take longer than the stream is going to last. So I did something that would happen within 2 hours. So this is hour and 17 minutes. We're at 56%. So another hour should be done. Yeah. We're not going today. We'll just do it tomorrow. There is a bunch there, though. Yeah, I always use text to speech. No, I was speech to text. Not text to speech.
We gotta go to the mailbox tomorrow.
But yeah, I've been trying to think about it because I would love to help them if I could because I like the software. It's good freaking software. Yes, I'm comfortable with it. Yes, I could learn new software, but I still get tangibly better results with Simplified 3D without having to do the work. I just plug in what I want, and it just doesn't. It's got a few quirks that annoy me. That's because I try to do weird... I'm sorry. But that's because I try to do weird things with it. But, I can't think of a way to save them. The only way I can think of to save Simplify 3D is to release version 5 with updates that are so compelling that people flock to it again, like they did in the old days for supports. But the problem is, with the behemoth of Prusa backing Slick 3R and the behemoth of Ultimaker backing Cura, it's not the same environment as it was 10 years ago, 5 years ago. Yeah, exactly. That's the only other solution. They need an angel backer that doesn't have to worry about profiting from Simplify 3D because they're profiting from the printers. But they need to release version 5 with compelling features that Prusa and Ultimaker can't easily just copy into their programs that are free. Because see, what would happen is Simplify 3D came out, and the others weren't really being updated very much. The problem is now the others are being updated almost daily. There's like weekly updates to Prusa Slicer and Ultimaker sometimes. And the problem is that now that Prusa Slicer and Ideum and Cura are being actively updated, any feature that Simplify 3D adds, they could probably duplicate within a week. They could probably reverse engineer and figure out how to duplicate within a week. So I don't even think it's possible for Simplify 3D to pull a hat out of their head. I know! 2018 was the last update, and it's still superior to the others. It's just, they did a good job making it. Oh, we do have a breakaway, though. We have something stuck to the FEP. Looks like the benchy broke away. But the rest of them look like they're on the aluminum plate. But the benchy failed. But the rest, yeah, the Marvin's good, the Grenade's good, the Elephant's good. Just the benchy separated. Another light I got that I thought was pretty cool. This one's got magnets, so it can attach. It's got 3 different buttons. So you have the flashlight with its modes. Then you have a big giant cob area light with its modes. And then you have red LEDs and a flashing mode. So pretty cool. USB-C charging. So it takes a USB-C input. And it also has a USB output so you can charge other things with it. It's a slow charge, but hey, it's fine. So my thing is it's a good light and it's USB-C. I like USB-C. If you haven't seen it yet, in my Amazon link, I have an entire list just for USB-C gadgets. I am printing the wireframe elephant, a benchy that failed, a Marvin, a Totoro phone holder but tiny, and a grenade planter. That's the wonderful thing. There's no mosquitoes and there's no gnats. In fact, there's very little in the way of insects. At least nuisance insects. There's a little bit of flies now because we've gotten all this rain for the last month. So everything's green. It's like I've never seen everything green before. Even my yard is all green. I wanna cut it, but I don't because it's such nice green. Does my router still have natting? Of course. How else would the router work? That's how routers work. Unless you mean something else by nat. Michelle, make sure you keep the volume down. No, but make sure you keep the volume down. Well, if it's loud enough for this to hear it, I can get a copyright strike. Meaning if YouTube recognizes a copyrighted sound in the background, they could take down my video because of copyright. So why does chat keep it? It's like a third time chat has disconnected. It reconnects, but I don't know why it's disconnecting. What's this say? This shows good. Excellent connection. It's not showing a problem. Yeah, keep the volume down. It's not enough. You got to keep it whisper quiet because the microphones are good. Okay. If a copyrighted sound plays, it'll copyright strike me. TikTok allows audio files that YouTube doesn't. Well, I want to print. There's two things that I really want to print. I want to do molding in the house, but that's not a huge thing. Pygar says hi.
No?
Pygar,
Hi.
one of my viewers. But there's two things that I really want to print. And I think with a 1.2 millimeter nozzle, I can get away with printing them. Because I want to print with ABS. Because it needs to be temperature tolerant. Because the sun is so hot here. Those beer crate. Oh yeah, they are. I've seen them. They're pretty cool. I want to print two things. One, I need to print electrical and conduit covers for all the lines running to my mini splits. Because right now you just have foam insulated wrapped conduit and stuff and Freon lines running on the back of my house, and it looks ugly as shit. That's why I'm glad it's in the back. And I gotta do one for the front too. So I gotta print that. And I also I want to start making gutters, rain gutters. I at least want to do the carport. Because the carport is 500 square feet. And the roof here is another, 200 square feet of roof? So that's 700 square feet that I can collect rainwater off of with a single 20-foot piece of rain gutter. And, because it drives me nuts how much water has dropped here in the last month, and I didn't collect a single drop of it. Because water's expensive here. Like, our drinking water, we have to buy it. It's 30 cents a gallon. So we have to buy our drinking water. The water for the coffee machine, the water for the cats, we have to buy it. I buy the 94-cent a gallon water. Very, very, I'm not aware of it being illegal in any state in the union, but there are areas in states where it can be illegal because the water company has purchased water rights. And I'm hopeful that those will be overturned in court because their logic is that if you're catching the water, it's not going into the aquifers in the ground, and we can't get water to our customers. But the reality is, any water a homeowner captures is eventually going to go into the ground anyway. It's not like they're hoarding the water and keeping it. You know what I mean? Yeah, in Colorado and some places. But in most states, it's 100% legal. And the state, like my state, even encourages it. My state has an entire website, showing you how to do it and what to do and what you need. And personally, if I was in Colorado, I'd capture the water anyway and say, F off. Well, it's not even that. If I catch 100 gallons, I'm using 100 gallons less out of the faucet. So it's an even exchange. On top of that, most people are, washing with it, which means it's going down the drain, or they're watering their garden with it, in which case it's going into the ground. I'm just using it before it goes into the ground. All the water still ends up in the ground. So no one's being cheated of anything. Unless, of course, the actual reason is we don't want you collecting water because your water bill's smaller now. Yeah. Exactly. Isn't greed wonderful? No, their reasons aren't mental. Their reasons are perfectly logical. You're not buying it from me. The problem is they can't openly say that. So they have to come up with some other reason without saying we're greedy fucks and you're not paying for it from us, which is why it sounds mental. Oh my god. The greed in this on this planet is just ETP, right? Enact the ETP protocol. We can also extend that to the ETR protocol if the ETP protocol doesn't work. Oh man, what are you gonna do? People are insane. But what are you gonna do? Well, instead of eat the politicians, eat the rich. The sun tax? Are you kidding me? Looks like they got rid of the sun tax. It looks like they ended that. In 2013, they passed a law that made it compulsory for any individual or company to hook up their solar panels up to the national grid so it can be metered and taxed. Now, if you're selling your power back to the grid, I'm not against it being taxed, as long as you're selling it to the grid at their pre-tax rate. So if they're selling electricity to you, if they're making electricity for 15 cents a kilowatt and they got to pay a 4-cent tax, so they charge you 11 cents a kilowatt, then let me do the same thing. Then let me increase the price that I'm selling my electricity to the grid to by the amount of the tax. But the reality is they just want to milk it for money. But it looks like they got rid of that law. It looks like they repealed it. It says here, it says the new energy regulation has put an end to the so-called sun tax in 2019. So it looks like they got rid of it. There is no benefit in forcing me to connect to the grid. You know, so you're saying when I take my so technically when I take my solar battery pack and put it out in the sun to charge, I'm violating the tax law. That's a load of hogwash bullshit. Mark has a question. Signwater X1 started stringing badly, increased traction, just heat change filament. All right. First thing, you first assume it's your filament. So switch to a known good filament, and then go back again. If the stringing goes away and comes back, then the problem is your filament. Your filament needs to be dried. For example, especially PETG gets real stringy when it gets wet. Now, if you use known good filament and you still have stringing, then you probably have back pressure in your hot end. That would be a result of the gap between the nozzle and the PTFE tube. You could have just a little bit of a gap forming as your compression fitting fails. That is going to cause filament to build up inside the hot end and cook off. That cooked off filament is going to apply drag to the filament coming through, which is going to increase pressure at the nozzle, and that increased pressure is going to cause stringing. So it might be time to pull apart the hot end and replace the PTFE tube. If your PTFE tube is long enough, you can probably just cut the bottom inch off. Just make sure you get a nice, clean 90-degree cut. Hey, 3DP MP. And if it's not long enough, you'll have to replace the PTFE tube. but that sounds like PTFE tube failure. Meaning the PTFE tube on an FDM printer, on a lined one, is a consumable. You're going to get a certain number of hours out of it, because each time you use it, you're heating up that PTFE tube and you're cooking it. And eventually, enough of the chemicals in the PTFE tube cook off that the end of the PTFE tube starts to fail. So you could either have a failing PTFE tube, or the compression fitting could be failing. Also, the compression fitting digs into the PTFE tube, so eventually it could dig away enough of the PTFE tube that it can't get a solid hold on it anymore, and you form a gap. Either which way, the solution is to cut off the affected area and reinsert, making sure you don't have a gap. So make sure you flush out the hot end, push the PTFE tube all the way through, make sure there's no gunk inside there. If it's not long enough to let you do that, replace it. Using the old PTFE tube, take the nozzle off, push the PTFE tube further in, give it a tug, make sure that compression fitting is holding properly. If the compression fitting is holding properly, you should just be able to replace the PTFE tube. If you feel a little bit of wiggle in that compression tube, make sure you hold the clamp. If you don't hold the clamp, you're going to feel wiggle from that. So hold on to that clamp and see if there's any wiggle. And if there's no wiggle, your compression fitting is probably okay. If there is wiggle, you might want to replace the compression fitting as well. Even with direct drive, there should be a PTFE tube in there. You're not going to have a Bowden tube, but you're going to have a small piece of PTFE going from the feeder to the nozzle. Unless it has an all-metal hot end, there's going to be a PTFE tube going all the way to your nozzle in there. Well, that would be my objective if I can get a loan for solar that was about equal in monthly payment to my electric bill. But that would be a $150 loan. And that's not likely to happen unless it's a government loan. Yeah, you definitely want that stopgap. Yeah, if you change the nozzle, definitely. And whenever you change the nozzle, you got to make sure you clear out that hot end. So, for example, when I do a cold pull before I change a nozzle to make sure there's no, because you have to change the nozzle hot, which means the plastic inside the hot end is going to be molten, which means when you pull that nozzle off, that plastic's going to droop. And a day-long battery, that's not bad. That's not bad at all. Because for me, a day-long battery is $12,000. No, solar's not free. I mean, when you put up solar panels on your house, you become your own electric company. So all the maintenance and resources that are involved in an electric company are now your responsibility. A solar panel cracks, you got to replace it. A wire fails, you got to find it and fix it. An inverter fails, you got to replace it. So you have to do all that maintenance yourself now. Keep the batteries watered, unless you're getting lithium batteries. Maintain your batteries, keep them happy. Battery heater fails if your batteries are outdoors, you're gonna have to take care of that. You have to do all your own maintenance on your own, basically personal power grid now. Woo, that's a big difference. Even if you install it yourself, even if you pay someone else to install it, their warranty is only going to cover so much, and only for so long. So you still have to do maintenance. So yes, solar isn't like, plop a solar panel and your electric bill goes away. It's close to that, but there is work involved. And yeah, you got to clean them. If you don't clean those panels, a dusty panel could lose 30% of its power generating capacity. Just dust. Well, I want to do ground mount panels because I don't want to F with my roof. Now, it's not a lot of work. It's like chores. You might have to put an hour into your power system a week. It might average out to an hour. But it's not a lot of work, but it is work. It's not a zero-sum game there. You do have to do some work. I'm not even going to worry about sun tracking. I'm just going to oversize the solar bank. You know, just more panels than I need. See, my problem is I can get solar panels for cheap. Like, I missed out on a deal because I wasn't sure. I should have known better. Long-term storage isn't a problem. But I missed out on a deal on solar panels for $15 a panel. So for like $600, I could have got enough panels to power my entire house and my car. But that's just the panels. You still need all the wiring, the electronics, the mounts. These are used, B-grade used panels. But my solution for power and whatnot is easy. If and when I ever get to install solar panels, I'll simply install 50% more than I need. Yeah, right now I can get them for like $75. Yeah. Well, remember, you need your usage plus the excess to go into the battery. And whatever your panels are rated for, you're getting 75% of that. Yeah, a wind turbine is definitely something I want to look into, simply because I have a lot of wind. And I mean, I have a lot of wind here. So let's do a search for solar. So here you go. So here you can see, you know, here are some rec solar panels, 350 watts, $115 each. Actually, I don't have the money for that. I wish I did, because that'd be enough for my car. Let's see, calculator. I don't have that kind of money. 6 times 115, $690. He'd probably take 600, but I don't got $600. But that's 6 times 350. That's 2.1 kilowatts. That's exactly what I need. So I want basically double what the car requires, because, you know, clouds, angle, dust is all going to reduce capacity. So for $600, I can get enough solar panels to take my car off the grid. $175, $100, $150, and every now and then I'll see a guy with pallets. And here we go, 175 watt panels for $75, which is basically the same price. 350 for 150 is about the same price as 75 for 175 watts. Here we go, 250 watt panel, $75. That's the deal right there. And this might be the guy offering the pallets, so less if you buy pallets worth. So there, $75 for 250 watt panels. So I can get solar panels affordably. I mean, I don't have the money, but solar panels aren't the big cost for me. The big cost for me is the batteries. For a 2-day supply, I average 42 kilowatts a day. Although less lately. The new mini split is way more efficient, and this summer has been cooler than usual, so less energy. It is. That's very awesome. I did have a price of 175 watt panels for $15 each. Even if they only put out 100 watts each, that's $15. Yes, but I didn't have the money. Eh. Well, no. The whole reason for the 2.1 kilowatts is so I don't need a battery. So 2.1, the car on a trickle charge takes 1.1 kilowatts. So a 2.1 kilowatt panel, automatically it's 1.8, because you're never going to get 2.1 out of it. Me too, 20 to 25,000. Used batteries. New, I don't even want to think about it. Well, actually, I can think about it. So let's see here. Calculator. So 13 times 300. So about 4 kilowatts per battery. Or is it? I don't know. I thought it was less than that. I thought it was 3,840 kilowatt hours. So let's do 3,800. I need 84 divided by 3.8. So I need 22.1 batteries. So 22 batteries. 22 times $1,200. That's brand new $26,400 in batteries. Now the good news is that's lithium iron phosphate. So they'll last a very long time. But that's because I want a 2-day reserve, meaning turn off my solar panels. The house continues to operate for 2 days. So that if something breaks, I would never use deep cycle marine batteries. Do not use lead acid batteries. The cost benefit is not there. First of all, not one single lead acid battery ever tested puts out the rating that they're marked. Not one. And not only are they not close to the rating that they're rated for, but they're not even close. We're talking them putting out 40 to 60% of what's on the label. And that's even running them all the way dead. If you run them to 50% or 80% like you're supposed to, you're getting 30% of rating. So lead acid is not worth it. Because the deeper you run a lead acid battery, the more damage you do to it. While lithium iron phosphate, you can run to 80% all day long, every day. They won't care. And they'll still give you 95 to 102% of their rated power. So they cost more up front, but the ROI is very, very short. 2 or 3 years. And the leads will cost you more. So do not buy. Start off with a smaller battery. Lithium iron phosphate only. It is here. We get weather. We get wind almost every single day. And what's nice, we get wind at night, which means the wind would be making power when the solar panels aren't. Exactly. Even if you have to just go with a couple of batteries, go with the lithium iron phosphate, and then add on as you need it. I have no idea what I forgot. You missed another set of feet. Another set of feet popped up on Vince. But I need 2 days reserve power because I can easily stop using the major appliances and extend that to a week. So I need at least 2 days reserve power, and that's what's going to cost me a fortune. There is no ROI for going off grid. It's infinite. The going off grid, for me at least, will always cost more than staying on the grid. There's no financial upside to me going off grid. I want to just because. No other reason. Just because. Well, the weight of the batteries doesn't really matter because they're going to be sitting in a shed, you know. Yeah, if you have a bad furnace, I'd go that route first. Well, I would build small wind turbines and just set up a bunch of them. I have the advantage of a lot of land. You know, I have 1.25 acres, and I'm using 25% of it. Even with the containers, the bus, and the driveway, I'm using 25% of my land. So I have a lot of space. Those deals don't help me because those deals are tax rebates. Now, unlike the electric car rebate, which is 1 year, one shot and done, meaning 65% of America will never get an electric car rebate, the solar rebate you can amortize over multiple years. I don't know if it's an unlimited number of years, though. See, the problem is, to get the tax credit for solar, you have to owe that much in taxes. So if I only owe $100 in taxes, I only get $100 tax credit. So when you're making, $100,000 a year and you owe Uncle Sam $30,000 in taxes, the electric car tax credit and solar tax credit make sense. When you're making $7,000 a year and you owe Uncle Sam $150, they don't make sense. Oh, you live in Missouri? Wow. Ouch. Muggy and hot. Yuck. That's why I won't live there. That's why even though I was looking at it, I was looking at Florida because Florida has a very low cost of living and you also have access to the ocean. No, shed roof is not done. I'm still waiting for my neighbor, Rodney. He said that when things slow down, he might be able to help me out with it. Carburetor gaskets and O-rings, none. I have no suggestions for you. I'm not aware of any filament that can handle those temperatures. Well, carburetor doesn't get that hot. Ninja Flex might work because it depends on your engine. You need to find out how hot that part of the engine gets. So you need to run the car for a half an hour with a thermistor right where the gasket's going to go. And well, cannibalism takes care of that, Caliber Manx. So Ninja Flex might hold up if the temperature doesn't get too hot there. But that's the problem you're going to have is temperature. You got to worry about temperature. Usually an engine part gets too hot. I don't know. I don't care. You just got to make sure you don't get caught. From what I understand, the trick is hogs. Hogs eat everything, including the bones. So there's nothing left over. It looks like everything's stuck except for the benching. The benchy broke free. I could see it stuck to the FEP sheet. So we won't get a benchy, but we'll get everything else. Everything else looks good. Really? They'll eat coal? Wow. Jesus. That's a hell of a temperature range. Oh, after they eat coal, okay. Probably clean meat. Can you guys hear the fans? I'm not sure if the No, you can't. I see the sound levels drop to 0 when I stop talking. You might hear it while I'm talking, though. Like, while I'm talking, you might be able to hear the fans going. So, I'm trying to talk softly so that it picks up the fan noise. It's definitely loud. It's definitely there, but it's not annoying. It sounds like a, air purifier. Air purifier fan. It sounds like one of those. It's got that sound profile. Yeah, most certainly there's noise cancellation effect, so you're never going to get a true experience of what it sounds like, but it's not bad. I'm surprised the elephant printed without a problem. I was afraid shrinking it would make it too thin, but it looks fine. You can what? My hair's tied back, so nothing's going to be blowing. I really annoyed Michelle yesterday. She tried pulling my hair to get back at me, and then she found out I liked it. It doesn't quite have the same effect when they enjoy it, does it? I don't smell anything. I smell nothing at all, but the Sci-fi is not a smelly. It used to be. It's not a super smelly resin. You know, with the cover on, I don't smell anything. I do keep my house exceptionally well ventilated, though. There's a ceiling fan going, and I have an exhaust fan going. So I'm constantly venting the air outside. And I also, this would run in a dedicated place for ventilation. Odorless and deadly. SPD. Oh, yeah. You can print a Benchy on a resin printer. A resin printer can print anything an FDM printer can print. Matter of fact, the SLS printers, the original resin printers, printed the same way as a FDM printer did. There was actually a laser that went and drew just like your nozzle head draws. Now, this is an MSLA printer. It's a masking SLA printer. So it doesn't draw the laser. Instead, it creates a mask using an LCD screen, and it shines a UV light. It just blasts a ton of UV light through the LCD screen. So wherever the LCD screen is clear, it hits the resin and cures it, and wherever it's black, it doesn't get cured. And so with a masking printer, you can print an entire layer all at once. Actually, it works exactly like exposing a photograph. Have you ever developed photography? It works exactly like exposing a photograph. So imagine if you took a picture of a slice of a tomato, and then you took another picture of another slice of a tomato, and you just put all those pictures together until you had a tomato. That's what a resin printer does. Yeah! Go get some work done, Caliber. Thanks for joining in. We have 18 minutes left to go on the sprint. How efficient is an alternator generator, though? I like my evil laugh. Actually, we can see it. Mm-hmm. Because this thing is good at macro. Hey, you can see the Marvin in there. There's the grenade, the Marvin, the elephant. I've had a lot of people tell me I have a good voice for that kind of thing. I would have no idea how to get into it. I mean, I would love a different way to make money. You can see back there's the Marvin, the grenade, and the elephant. You can't see the Totoro because he's behind all three of those. That there is your That there is your benchy. It disconnected from the aluminum plate and it's stuck to the FEP sheet now. It's probably not even stuck to the FEP sheet, although it probably got stuck when the next layer got exposed. But I'll just peel that off when we're done. Do dub-overs on YouTube? What's that? So the Marvin's done. You can see that's above the print bed now. Uh-oh. Oh, there it goes. Yeah, that's a bad idea. That's an interesting idea. So just do a dub over of some existing cartoons and... Is that separating? No, it looks okay. Yeah, it looks fine. Cool. Oh, that's going to be a clean Marvin. I've done Marvins down to like 5 millimeters tall. They're absolutely adorable. Yeah. In an alternate timeline, the ETP protocol is activated. Here is the result. There shouldn't be. There you go. My favorite thing is I tell people, I was like, imagine a generation from now, you go to a town hall meeting, and your PR rep comes behind a curtain and says, sir, 60% of the room has their knives and forks out. I quit. Good luck. Oh my God. I tell people there would be one political party left in the country, and only one. The political party would be obedient to the Constitution or dinner. People think I'm crazy, and it is mostly a joke. Mostly. But think about it. If we ate the top 5 politicians right now, if we chopped them up live on CNN and fed them in a barbecue to 1,000 hungry Americans, what do you think number 6 is going to do? I'll tell you exactly what number 6 is going to do. They're going to do one of two things. They're either going to flee the country, or they're going to do any goddamn thing you tell them to do because they don't want to be the next menu item. And then we would just eat them. Oh my God. Libertarians with teeth. Oh man. You see, I'm the enemy of everybody. Like everybody hates me because I'm a middle ground guy. You see, I believe that socialism makes sense where it makes sense, and communism makes sense where it makes sense, and capitalism makes sense where it makes sense, and democracy makes sense where it makes sense, and I also think totalitarianism makes sense where it makes sense. I think a proper republic would be a little bit of all of those. Socialism where it works best, communism where it works best, democracy and capitalism and totalitarianism where they work best. And you just mix them all together in the right proportions and you have a country. The problem is it has the same failure mode as every other system we can come up with. Because this is the weird thing. I want you guys to grab a dictionary. You know, you got Google. And I want you to look up the definition of capitalism. And then I want you to look up the definition of socialism and communism. I don't care what anybody says. Those three fucking words are synonyms. Communism, socialism, and capitalism have almost identical definitions. They're virtually the same damned things, with minor slight tweaks. There's very little difference between capitalism, socialism, and communism. So what are they? Well, capitalism, socialism, and communism are all ways that people have developed to attempt to fairly distribute power. Because that's ultimately the problem, is distribution of power. Wealth is just a measurement of power. Well, they all fail for the same reason. They all fail for exactly the same reason. People stop caring. Thank you, Astro Printer. You have a great day. And when the people stop caring and stop being involved, basically apathy, the system fails. Every time. It doesn't matter whether it's socialism or communism or capitalism or Darwinism. It doesn't matter what system you implement. When the people stop maintaining the system, when they stop enforcing it, it will fail every single time. I don't know how to fix that. I don't think there is a way to fix that. The closest you can come to fixing that is education. You have to educate the population so that they stay involved, so that the citizens will maintain whatever system is in place. Whatever system you want, I don't care. But if the citizens don't maintain that system, it will fail every time. Because ultimately, the people who desire power and wealth, they don't get bored. They're going to keep trying forever. And so the citizens have to not be complacent. They have to maintain their whatever ism they want. Or eventually the people who desire wealth and power will take it from them. And I don't know how to fix that. I don't know. ETP. That's my fix. We just make we make hot pockets out of them. Republicans and Democrats, hot pockets. Oh my God! Could you imagine that Hot Pockets commercial? Oh my God, that is so wrong. Just thinking about that. Oh my God. Oh my God. COVID passports is no different than vaccination cards. What's the big deal? When you travel, you got to show your vaccination records. That's standard operating procedure for the last 100 years. Well, like I said, education. That's why the very first... See, people call it the military-industrial complex, and that's not what he said. He did not say military-industrial complex. He said military-industrial educational complex. Because he understood that the way you destroy a nation is the very first thing you have to do is destroy the education system. Because an educated, knowledgeable population is very hard to manipulate. Well, have you watched YouTube or the news lately? We're not heading toward idiocracy. We are idiocracy. And we have no idea what happens afterwards. We're living it. We are right in the middle of idiocracy right now. Oh my God. But yeah, actually that happened after the after all the protests and stuff in the 60s. The very first thing they did was remove civics classes from schools, and they replaced it with something called social studies. Brando has electrolytes. Where'd that come from? But yes, education is where you have to fix education for. You have to do a reset. But if you don't fix education, it's just going to go right back to the way it was. The thing is, though, I don't know how to fix it without violence. I don't think it's possible to fix it without violence. Why would somebody who has the power and wealth already, they own it, it's theirs, all right? The top 1/10 of 1% owns 90% of the wealth of the country. It's not the top 1%. It's the top 1/10 of 1%. Why would they give it up peacefully? Ronald, give me your house. Give me everything you own. Why? Why would you do that? You have no incentive to do that unless I threaten you with violence. So why would these people who have the power and wealth give it up? They won't. There's nothing you can say to make them give up what they already own. They just won't do it. You're going to have to take it. And they're going to resist. I mean, look what happened during this jobs thing right now. They're blaming the federal extension, the federal bonus, the $300 for unemployment. They're blaming that for why they can't get people to take these jobs. No. If you look at the unemployment numbers, if you look at U3 and U6, it's not that much different now than it was pre-pandemic. Pre-pandemic, it was 4.4% unemployment. Now it's 5.8% unemployment. It's only 1.4% greater. I'm sorry, 1.4% is not much. It's not enough to explain the issue that we have with jobs here. There is something that will explain the issue we have with jobs here. Yeah. It's called, well, first of all, we took away people's jobs. We forced them to stay home. We took away their livelihoods at gunpoint. So many of those people had no choice but to figure out another way to make money. Now people say, unemployment. You'd be surprised how many people do not qualify for unemployment. For example, when I got that little bit of unemployment last year, I almost didn't get it. Because I only qualified for $123 from the state. $23 less and I would have gotten nothing. Because you only got the $600 boost if you got at least $100 from the state. How many waitresses making $2.13 an hour do you think qualified for more than $100 from the state? About zero. So all those people who lost their jobs, they don't get unemployment. They just don't. Well, they can. Like I know one person, they qualified for $62. They didn't even bother collecting it. What's the point? They can't live off $62 a week. It's literally pointless. And by the time you take out taxes, it's $50. What are you going to do at $50? Your rent's $900, $1,000. What are you going to do at $50? Nothing. You're going to go find other work. You don't have a choice. A huge number of people don't qualify for unemployment. So those people never got the $600 sit on your ass bonus. And they're not getting the $300 bonus. What did those people do? They went to Uber Eats. They went to DoorDash. They got another job. They started their own company. They started a YouTube channel. I mean, look how big YouTube got and all this stuff. How big TikTok got. Well, these are people who lost their jobs. And they found another way to survive. They found another way to make money. So, you have all those people who changed jobs to something else. Well, take a guess what they don't want back. They don't want their $2.13 job back. Nice. Well, yeah. Some of them went to OnlyFans. Some of them went to TikTok. Some, whatever. They found another way to make money, and they're making more money for less effort than they were busting their ass at a fucking restaurant, being treated like absolute garbage. You want to see how bad that is? Go to after these places all open up again. Go to like a fast food place and just sit there all day. Drink the free refills of soda. Just sit there all day and see how those employees are treated. Would you want to do that work for $7 an hour? I wouldn't. It's very different today than it was 20 years ago, Michelle. And you combine that with these people having new jobs that pay better, so they don't want those old jobs back. Then you have another thing that people have not considered. 621,000 people died. Now, we're talking about 621,000 people on top of the normal number of people who die. 621,000 extra people who would normally be alive right now are now dead. If only half of those people had jobs, that's 300,000 available jobs. So not only did you have a huge portion of the population find new work because the old job got taken from them because of COVID shutdowns, but now, as we open back up, you have 300,000 extra jobs available. So what's really happening is something that hasn't happened in over 40 years, since Reagan instituted trickle-down economics. You have something brand new that we are not used to around here. We gotta let that rip. You have a society with more jobs than people, which means you have a situation where a citizen doesn't have to take the first job that comes along. They can say, $7 an hour, I'll keep looking. Because they can. I'm not worried about a maximum wage, really, because these people don't get paid in wages. That's how they avoid taxation. They pay themselves in other ways. But, so it's not that people are sitting at home collecting $300 from the government. No. Middle-class people are sitting at home collecting $300. Poor people don't qualify for the $300. They had to find different work. And they did. And they don't need your shit-ass minimum wage job anymore. Now they have a choice. They have the ability to say no. And that is actually applying supply and demand dynamics to something that has not had supply and demand applied to it in 40 years. And they're freaking the fuck out because they don't know what to do about it. Every state that killed the federal boost because they thought that was the reason, every state that did that has had their unemployment numbers actually go up, not down. Because the boost has nothing to do with the unemployment. Are there people who are sitting at home milking it? Yes. No question. Are they, by and large, the problem? No. The problem is they don't need your minimum wage jobs anymore. And they're telling you to go shove it. And businesses don't know what to do about that. They're scared shitless. Because do you know what the natural wage in this country is? The natural wage is, if you were to apply, what would minimum wage be if there was no manipulation? If nobody was manipulating the minimum wage, because it's being heavily manipulated, very heavily manipulated. If nobody was manipulating the minimum wage, if our tax system, if our legislative system, if our economic system wasn't being manipulated, meaning if we just let economic forces and supply and demand do their thing, what would minimum wage be today? It would be $27 an hour. The guy sweeping up the hallways at the school, the guy making burgers at McDonald's, they'd be making $27 an hour. That's the natural wage in the U.S. And we can actually see this if you look at the there's graphs available that show you productivity of companies and the mean wage that is paid to companies on the low end. And you can actually see in this graph that productivity and wages mirror each other. You know, when one goes up, the other goes up. When one goes down, one goes down, and they tend to stay with you. They're in lockstep because that's just the natural way it works. When labor becomes more valuable, it earns more. When it becomes less valuable, it earns less. That's the natural wage. Well, we broke that. In the 1980s, we instituted trickle-down economics, and we began the mass national effort of manipulating the labor force in the negative. We manipulated the labor force down. And the result of that is now what should be a $27 an hour job is a $7 an hour job, or worse, a $2 an hour job with tips. Do you know what minimum wage is today? Do you know what the actual minimum wage is today? Not tip credit, but actual minimum wage. Oh, we're not doing politics. We're just talking history and finances. We're staying away from Republican, Democrat bullshit. We're not talking about any of that. The actual minimum wage today is $2.20 an hour. Most people don't realize that, and they don't believe it. So I'm going to show you. So we have federal minimum wage of 7.25. And we are in 2021. And we're going to change that to 1980. $2.19 an hour. That's what minimum wage is today. Even $15 an hour is only $4.53. See, what's important is buying power. How much can you get for your dollar? How much can you buy for your dollar? And we have artificially distorted that in a very bad way. Yeah, every one of those supports held too. Yeah, they definitely have too many bottom layers. You can see how I got that pretty heavy elephant's foot. I don't want to touch that.
I don't want to touch that.
Oh, we're going to let it drip. I don't want to touch it until it drips.
The chicken's done. Dinner's done.
But you can see that pretty aggressive elephant's foot on the bottom of the Marvin there. That's because they have 7 bottom layers at 20 seconds a layer, and it doesn't need that many. So I'll be adjusting this profile, but overall pretty good. Yeah, it almost looks like a raft. That does guarantee your part's going to stick, though. So I'm really surprised the benchy fell off. I'm actually surprised by that. I wonder if I accidentally moved the benchy in 3D space in the slicer. And I'm thinking maybe come on, seriously? What are you trying to... It's trying to focus on the screen behind the printer. There we go. It kept trying to focus on me behind you on the screen. Let me give you a big view of that. Now, this puffiness you see, that's actually just liquid resin on the print. You can see how it's nice and sharp where the resin's drained off. So these will all be just as sharp. This is just liquid resin you're seeing. If you tried to cure this right now, your parts would be a mess because you have this liquid resin on top of them. Yeah, shipwreck. I want to print that new one. Someone made a new Jaws one. It looks really cool. Capsized. But we have here. A good way they use to describe this is it's called the Big Mac Index. Do you guys remember the 80s, 90s? You know, the McDonald's in the 80s and 90s? Do you remember what a Big Mac meal cost? A Big Mac meal today is $6.99. And that's actually a manipulation in its own right, because a Big Mac meal is actually about $9 today. A Big Mac meal in 1980 was $2.59. So for 3/4 of an hour, or half, almost about 3/4 of an hour of work, you could buy a Big Mac meal. To buy a Big Mac meal today, you have to work an hour and a half at minimum wage. And if you're a waiter or a waitress, you have to work 4 hours to pay for a Big Mac meal. And you say, wait a minute, $6.99. No. Big Mac meal is actually about $9. $6.99 is the shrunken Big Mac meal. Because not only have they raised the price of the food, but they've made the food smaller. You see, back in 1980, that $2.59 got you the equivalent of a large meal today. You got a large drink, and you got a large fry, and you got the Big Mac sandwich. Today, you have to pay extra to get that same thing. And it's about $1.80 extra, I think. So it's almost $9 with tax. $6.99 gets you a medium drink and a medium fry. For $3.50, you could get a supersized Big Mac meal that included a drink and fries larger than the large drink and fries you get today. And then the whole health thing took off, and they got rid of the supersized because it was a bad image. But do you guys remember how big a supersized fry was? It was like 2 larges. You know that basket of fries that you can buy at McDonald's now for $3? The basket of fries that you get at McDonald's, that's about what a supersized fry was in the 80s. And the drink was probably close to the 44-ounce Route 44 you get from Sonic. Well, hopefully we'll see less fast food now. When these people have more difficulty getting people to work those shitty jobs, maybe we'll see less of those fast food places. I would love to see some more mom and pop shops open up, some more family business kind of places, some personal places where people they put their blood and sweat into it and can make an actual wage. But man, food industry is hard in this country, man. Opening a restaurant, it's either an effort of passion or it's a loss leader. It's very, very hard to do that in this country. Nice. Well, solving the automation thing, well, see, in theory, what should happen with automation is that the products should get cheaper. And as the products get cheaper, the company lowers the price. Same profit, they just pass the savings on to the consumer. The result of our society getting cheaper is that people should be able to work less. So now maybe instead of having to work a 40-hour work week to pay for my family, I'd only have to work a 30-hour work week. And after 40 years, maybe I'd only have to work a 20-hour work week to pay for my family. So I'm making half the money, but because automation is making everything cheaper and economies of scale are making everything cheaper, I only need half the money to survive. That's what a proper society should do. That's what a proper capitalist, socialist, communist society should do. Instead, we've flipped it. We've artificially manipulated the labor market so that we can increase prices and keep profit. And now, not only is 40 hours not enough, now you need to work like 80 hours, and you're still not making a living wage. A person working 80 hours a week does not make a living wage. So I'll give you guys the same challenge that I gave on TikTok. I call it the $15 challenge. Here are the ground rules. You are not allowed to use cheat codes. Okay? Cheat codes is doing anything to make do with less. So you're not allowed to have a roommate, can't live with your parents, you can't rent a bedroom in someone's house, all right? It has to be something, basically, if you find me an example in, Timbuktu, Montana, I'm going to bring 1,000 people there, and all 1,000 of them better be able to execute your example. If they can't, your example is a cheat code. It's a cherry pick, okay? Sure, I can find a room for rent here for $600 a month. There might be 2 of them available. The other 998 people are shit out of luck. Actually, people usually eat more. It's their lives become miserable, so they do other things to increase their mood, And eating is an endorphin release. So eating feels good. And that's part of the reason why we have an obesity problem in this country. People's lives are miserable, so they make up for it with a little bit of eating. On top of that, we have part of it is intentional and part of it is accidental. Yeah. And part of it is we subsidize bad foods. So, you know, crap foods are very cheap, while good foods are very expensive. And part of it is that we screwed up. We made a mistake. Doctors are starting to realize that the food pyramid we created was wrong. Because the bank won't give you a loan. So it doesn't matter if it's more expensive than a house payment. You don't have a choice. I have an 830 credit score. I owned a business. I had $50,000 in credit cards available to me. Paid off. Okay? I had a signed letter saying I was guaranteed employment when I moved. It was fake, but, you know, it doesn't matter. You know, the guy here gave me the letter. Because one of the problems that they had is that when you move across country, they want to know how you're going to work. You know, when you're moving in the same place and you're keeping your existing job, that's okay. But when you're moving cross country, they want to know how is your job security. So I got Papa John's to give me a letter saying I was guaranteed a position when I got there. And, no, this was when I was trying to get a bank loan, you know, 5 years ago. And they still wouldn't give me a bank loan. A $70,000 bank loan. I couldn't get one. So how's a person paying $1,100 a month in rent going to get a bank loan? They're not. They're just not going to do it. But part of that is our housing is too expensive. A median house should not be $374,000. That's the median sale price for a house this past quarter. Median. That means 50% mark. Okay? So the median sale price for a house this past quarter was $374,000. Now, part of that was the COVID boost, but even pre that, it was about $312,000. Too much. You know, 50% of the population can't afford a $300,000 house because 50% of the population makes $30,000 a year or less, which means 50% of the population can't get a loan. So they're stuck renting, even though the rent costs more than the house. If I would have gotten a loan for this house, my mortgage payment with insurance would have been like $300 a month. and that's for a 15-year loan. That's for a short loan. Or 10-year. It might have been 10-year. It might have been a 10-year loan. It would have been like $250, $300. Everything. Taxes, insurance, all of it. What, $300,000? Because that's what they're going for. Because all the housing is being bought up by investment companies and hedge funds and stuff like that. You know, these houses are all being bought up. And so there are less houses available, which drives up the price of houses. It's like a self-fulfilling Ponzi scheme, except it doesn't usually fail. And when it does fail, the government bails them out. I mean, what bailout did renters get this past year? Now, because I own my house outright, I got no benefit. But if I had a mortgage, you bet your ass I would have taken advantage of the benefit. Yeah, it's going to drip for the next half hour. Oh, hey, there's the Totoro. Ooh, that came out nice. Well, that's the problem, though. What is the reason it's so cheap here? It's so cheap here because there's no work here. You see? One of the reasons a place is cheap is because the economy there doesn't exist. Now, as soon as you move close, like for example, where I live right on the outskirts, my house here is a fluke. I could probably sell this house for $150,000 right now. I'm not going to, of course, because I can't replace it. But as you move closer to Albuquerque or Santa Fe or Farmington, housing gets more and more expensive. Taxes get more and more expensive. That's the way that works. Park the crane? You're doing this from a crane? That's pretty freaking cool. We should talk about that. Don't knock over a skyscraper. Well, there's one guy who has a 3D printer in his truck. So he's driving down the road in his truck with a 3D printer going next to him. That's just freaking cool. You know, that's awesome, dude. Now that's a good paying job, because there's skill money there, and I'm guessing it's a union job. Those kind of jobs are usually pretty good union jobs too. I'm assuming you're in a union. I guess there's some out there that aren't, but typically that's a union job. I know what I should have done. 1996, when I applied for colleges, I made 2 mistakes. Of course, it's always easy to see mistakes afterwards. One, I should have stuck to my guns and gone into the military. I was initially rejected from most military services. I wasn't fat in high school, so there's no fat there. College made me fat. Yeah, gasoline powered 3D printer. You could solar power it. I've already proven that works. That Ender 2 plugged into this battery pack and a 100-watt solar panel. It's net positive. I can run the 3D printer off solar. Especially if I turn off the heat bed. Definitely then. The first mistake is my drafting teacher, Mr. Ringen. He's probably dead. I should try to find him. If he's still alive, I'd love to say thank you again to him. He was one of the best teachers I ever had. But he told me go to community college first. And we didn't. I got approved every school I applied to. We thought, this is fantastic. You got approved. Go to the nice school. Well, that lasted about a year and I ran out of money. Yeah, that sucked. I went to Virginia Polytech in Blacksburg, Virginia. The second mistake I made was not fighting harder to get into the military. I should have gone into the military. I had all the benefits, I had all the bonuses, and it probably would have kept me from getting fat. I probably never would have gotten fat if I'd gone into the military. So, but I don't know how different my life would have turned out. I mean, I would have gotten out of the military and I probably still would have come back and done the same thing I did now. Help my family, help my dad recover from his debt, pay off all of his bills, get everything back in order, get the business running again. I probably would have done all those same things. But I would have had a different outlook on life. I would have had different knowledge and mentality, so maybe I would have done a better job. Maybe I could have done something differently. This is all would have, could have, should have, of course. But, it's interesting to discuss sometimes. But also, maybe I would have had a career. And maybe I would have been more financially able to help. I don't know. Don't shit all over yourself. That's good. That's good. Let me see if I can tilt this. Now, one thing I do like about for example, the photons, is the ability to tilt this. Oh, that's right. This is attached. Oh, yeah. Still drippy, drippy. Oh, yeah. Still drippy, drippy. We need a way to... I never would have gone combat. They don't send brains into combat. They just don't do that. They're way more valuable in other locations. I would have been an officer. I would have gone through officer training. I would have got a commission. I got my Mitchell and my Red Cap in Civil Air Patrol. I would have started right off as an E6 instead of an E4. I would have done 2 weeks of boot and gone right into officer training. But they kept turning me down because of my eyesight. That was a period in time where we didn't need soldiers. They had a glut of soldiers. But, of course, this is would have, could have, should have. Hey, Paul. My dad had, contacts. He had, he had a network of people. He probably could have got me in, especially once they realized I maybe I could have been valuable to them. Um, that is Paul. That's my friend. Probably the oldest friend I have. I've known him since grade school. But it's fun to think about. If I don't dwell on it, but if I can think about it and discuss it and help someone else to make a better decision, well, then I'm paying it forward. I'm doing good for them. So, but I don't let it bother me. I've fully accepted there's nothing I can do about it. I don't have a DeLorean with a flux capacitor, so I really can't change it. But also discussing past mistakes might help you not make future ones. Exactly. What can I do now to make it better? What can I do now not to repeat those same errors? Learn from the past so you're not doomed to repeat it. But I've known David since that's the reason I didn't do a stream a couple weeks ago, because he showed up. I thought he was going to show up Wednesday, but he ended up getting here Wednesday, showing up Thursday. But yeah, he went to the Grand Canyon, so they stopped here to visit, which was wonderful, because he had originally moved away when his dad retired. They moved to Florida, and then poof, they were off the radar, at least off my radar. I couldn't find them. And I heard there was a pretty nasty hurricane down there. I thought the worst. They died, whatever. But then eventually I found them, and they were in Denver, Colorado. And now I live out in New Mexico. So I'm only about 7 or 8 hours from them. I'm the dad. Yes. Well, I've fixed most of my problems except for 2. There's something wrong up here, and I still need to figure that out. I think it's COVID related, because the problem, I was doing okay until I got COVID, and then things started going weird. And I didn't even know they were going weird until they stopped going weird. No, my brain, my head, something wrong with my head. And until a fogginess. It's just, sometimes it's hard to think, it's hard to motivate, it's difficult to get up and get anything done. And last January, before it even started here, my sister got it in Las Vegas. That's one of the hot spots where they came in from Wuhan. And of course, when it's your own brain that's foggy, you don't realize it. And oh, is there? I'll definitely check that out. I didn't even know there was a problem until the doctor put me on trazodone to help me with sleep, because I knew there was something wrong with my sleep. I lost control of my ability to control sleep. I would sleep at random hours of the day for random times, and I'd be up until 5 in the morning. Like, what the hell? I mean, before that, I was making progress on my weight. I was making progress on the channel, and then I just trashed everything. Like, the house turned into a hellhole of a hoarder mess, which we finally started cleaning up. And so we're still working on that. But I also just became a blur, like just nothing. And I found out by accident this trazodone was actually starting to fix it. At least I think, because that's the only change I made. I started taking that. He gave me that for sleep. And I don't think it did too much for sleep. But then my brain started clearing a little bit. And I realized, what the fuck did I do with the last year? I did nothing. Just everything collapsed. And so something's wrong there. So hopefully he'll keep working with me to figure out what it's doing, and maybe either larger dose or something else that'll permanently fix whatever's going on. But also the weight loss is the second problem. I've got to get rid of the weight. I mean, I talk about pure stupid luck. My blood work is still good. All my numbers are perfect. It creates hard problems, Michael. It creates hard problems. um, but my A1C got better. My A1C went from 6.2 to 6.1. And we are also at the point now where our food supply is pretty varied and pretty good. Actually, if I actually did what I preached and ate people, I'd probably be losing weight. I mean, it's paleo, it's keto, it's low carb. But you know what that reminds me of? For some reason, the elephant makes me think of the Cloverdale experiment thing. For some reason, that makes me think of that. And for example, yeah, carnivore. Well, cannibal. The Hannibal Lecter diet.
Please don't encourage him.
Well, you gotta pluck out the heart and the eyes. You know, or the brain and the eye and the heart. You don't want to eat those. Those are rotten. But the rest, perfectly good. Just slather it in barbecue sauce and roll it on the spit.
See what you did? Stop encouraging him.
I've gotta get Michelle and I to eat healthier.
I'm losing weight more than you are.
No, you're not.
Yes, I am.
You get on the scale then.
They said I was 380.
You just
and now
invent
I'm down to
you
360.
you keep inventing different numbers every time you tell it to me.
That's what they told me in the
Michelle,
doctor.
you've told me 350, 360, 370, 380.
Yeah, and then I gained all the weight
4 different
back.
numbers, okay?
I gained it all back, and then I'm losing.
Well, the organs are the meat. That's the good part, man. Especially when he fed the piece of brain to the kid on the airplane.
Oh my god.
Oh my god!
That was a piece of brain.
Oh, that was a messed up movie, man. Oh, I still can't do that thing he does.
I can.
What's a vor? Yeah, I'm curious about that. VORE. In names of members or groups corresponding to active ending in vorus. Well, that doesn't help. Erotic desire or sexual fantasy to be consumed or to consume another. There's nothing sexual about it for me. It's just food. Also known as Shalrath. In the 1996 computer game Quake. But yeah, that's starting to clean up. I usually let my stuff drip for hour and a half, and then I put them through the wash and cure. The more you let them drip, the less resin you waste, and the less cloudy your alcohol bath gets. But the problem, and her blood work also came back healthy. Her numbers came back good.
Not yet.
You know, no, the last time they checked.
Yeah.
Your blood pressure, cholesterol, you know, slight elevation, normal for a fat person, but otherwise very good numbers. So I'm still winning the genetic lottery. The problem is, like a lottery, eventually the money runs out. Yeah, that's where you hear my sailor mouth really kick in when I was playing Quake Arena. You know, man, I wasn't very good at it, but it was fun just blasting people. And oh my god, when you get into a heavy battle, man, like, you know, 2 and 3 times you'll warp in and you'll just be blasted the moment you appear, because you'll appear in the path of somebody's rocket. It's like, fuck. No, I don't have a CPAP. And I've done night monitoring. So far, it seems okay. My O2 levels stay pretty consistent throughout the night. You're buying that house in Mexico? I know you've been talking about that for a while. You showed a nice picture of that beautiful town you were looking at.
What, in New Mexico?
He does have a keychain hole. It's just, you know how bubbles create a layer over top of the bubble you blow through? Well, that's what's happening here. Let me find something to poke it with. Here we go. There's too much in there. I need something skinnier. I gotta poke a hole through it. Oh, a piece of filament will do it. Where's a piece of filament?
You throw them out.
Yeah, we cleaned up and I got rid of all the scraps lying around.
Pack for eating.
Ah, that might do it. There we go. There's your hole. Paul Feeney, thank you very much, dude. I appreciate that. No problem. Just remember to use PayPal in the future. Because the YouTube takes 30%. But thank you very much. I really appreciate that.
What did he give you?
$20.
Well,
He rocks. He's awesome. Well, considering the median price of a house in the U.S. is $374,000, I'd say 250 grand's a pretty good deal. Yeah, COVID, I imagine, was an issue. Yeah, COVID put a lot of things on hold. But yeah, you can see the keychain hole's open. It just had a meniscus of resin filling the hole. Oh, it's just greed. 30%'s insane no matter how you spin it. 30%'s nuts. Although I think TikTok takes 70%, so you only get 30%. So he gave me $20. I'll get 14 of that, minus 21% for tax. While PayPal will only take 4%, 3 or 4%. Same with Patreon, 3 or 4%. And TikTok, however, would be taking 14 of it and giving you 6. So yeah, I was like, ouch. So YouTube takes 50% of the ad revenue, and they take 30% of super chats. Are you still looking at that same really nice town that you showed pictures of before? Because that place looked beautiful. I know Mexico can be dangerous, but if you live in the right place, it's very affordable. I think 30%'s mental. What did they do besides receive the payment? Is that part free or stuck? Oh, it's stuck.
it doesn't like you.
Yeah, I'm going to have to free that gently. Oh, there you go. But they've killed mayors before. But yeah, with the economic difference, your money goes a long way. A $250,000 house in Mexico, I imagine, would be equivalent to like $1 million house here. No. See, Oviduts, you don't understand how YouTube works. YouTube doesn't enable access to the market. The YouTubers enable YouTube to access the market. Because until very recently, YouTube was 100% user content. YouTube didn't give us access to the market. We created a market and gave it to YouTube. Very big difference.
Oh.
Yeah, you don't want to live out in the boonies. That's the reason I chose Hey, have you tried the Animal Crossing yet, Michelle?
No.
But it's not their platform, it's our platform. We literally created this platform. Literally. We made it. See, that's the difference. It's not like YouTube invented this compelling platform and everybody came to this compelling platform that was established. No. We made the platform and then YouTube monetized it. It's a very, very big difference. Now YouTube is a compelling platform. But it's this way because of the content creators. They're the ones who made it yours. Yeah, but they didn't offer the hardware and software in order to create a platform. They offered the hardware and software to monetize what we created. You have to understand, this isn't I made a house and now you're living in it. No, we made it possible for you to have a house and now you're monetizing it. Thank you, Gianna.
Who asked you if I played that game yet? David?
$20. You rock.
Chris? Was it David?
Thank you very much. Pizza's on Gianna tonight. She sent some pizza money. No, not really. Because some social media platforms created the platform that you then want to join. So, for example, Twitter, the platform came first, and then people desired the platform. Okay, so Twitter invented that. So you could argue that Twitter is justified because we wish to have access to something Twitter created. All right? So you could say the same thing about Makerspace things like Makerspace are kind of in the middle. Because Makerspace is kind of like socializing blogs. So they're kind of a 50-50. While Twitter is a more 80% Twitter, 20% user. Now Twitter is largely user content driven. But in the beginning, Twitter made Twitter. And then we came to Twitter. In the beginning of YouTube, we made YouTube, and YouTube said, can we do this? We want to monetize this. We want to make this into something bigger. We want to make you into something bigger. It wasn't YouTube created, and then us users go, YouTube looks interesting. Let's go over there. That's not what happened. YouTube came to us and said, we would like you to put your content here. And we did. Okay, so it's the reverse of what you're thinking. So Twitter is what you're thinking. Twitter is, we made this cool, compelling platform. Now people want to use it. YouTube is, we made this cool content and YouTube wished for us to put it on their service. It's a very, very different thing. And now that YouTube has a complete and total monopoly on video storage and streaming content, now they're trying to flip the ballpark. There's no such thing as a contract with a corporation. Those contracts don't exist, and you even mentioning it is a red herring, what do you call that? A straw man argument. Because they're multi-billion dollars, we're not. There's no choice here. There's no negotiation. There's no equity. There's no meeting of equals coming to an agreement with a contract. In fact, YouTube doesn't have contracts. I would refuse to call anything YouTube makes a contract. They're terms. A contract is a meeting of minds. A contract is two equals negotiating something beneficial for both in equal proportions. That's a contract. A contract would be YouTube merging with Vimeo or something like that. That might be a contract. What we have is terms. Take it or leave it. Okay? And that's a very different kind. It used to be a contract. Now it's terms. Now that they have the power, now it's terms. And that's why a lot of people are upset about it. Because we built it and they pushed us out. It's like, okay, here's a good example. It would be like you starting a business from the ground up, from scratch, until it's a large corporation, and then the board uses a hostile takeover to push you out of the business you created. That's what this is. That's what YouTube is. YouTube is a hostile corporate takeover. So to say it's a contract, is a nasty straw man argument, because while you're legally correct, you're not morally correct. You see what I mean? Does that make sense? On top of that, these platforms are not private entities. They're government entities. They're state actors. They exert state-level powers. And when you have an entity that can exert that kind of power, there should be some checks and balances there. Because otherwise, things go to bad, dark places. It's hard to see that when it's happening, because it's slow. It seems slow, and it's hard to imagine it can get there. But when historians look back on it, they go, oh, yeah, that was obvious. So, yeah, what are you going to do? Not much we can do about it now. The only solution is legislative, because like Walmart and Amazon, you're not competing with YouTube. They have a ironclad lock on the video streaming business, and we are unlikely to ever see a competitor to YouTube. There's not enough money in the ocean, so to speak. You know, YouTube's got too much of it.
Before you check that on the first, you use the box set.
You know, when you got two oceans, you can kind of go to battle. But when one guy's got an ocean and one guy's got a puddle, you know, all this guy has to do is make a little wave, and you're flooded. You know, and there's not enough money in it for somebody to try to develop competition, because YouTube can simply manipulate the market to crush them. Just like Amazon and Walmart do right now. What was Walmart? I loved the original Walmart. Sam Walton Walmart. You know one thing Sam Walton does? Pay his employees fairly. American-made products. Fairness and equity for the customers and for the employees. You know, Sam Walton was a decent guy. Maybe my history's wrong, but he was a decent guy. Well, they can't turn that off, not easily, because people would begin to bail. I mean, I make $700 a month doing this. Do you know how much of it comes from YouTube? About $60. All right. Exactly. Well, they not two giants, one giant. You know, YouTube is Google now. You know, or Alphabet. Did he really? Like I said, I could be wrong on that history. But now Walmart has classes on how to take advantage of welfare. They refuse to pay their employees enough to survive. I mean, and now Walmart is so big, it's almost impossible to compete against them. Yep. For a long, I think they finally caved eventually. I'm not sure, but I remember back in the day, I was proud to own a Snapper lawnmower, because Walmart came to Snapper and said, we want to sell your mowers in Walmart. And Snapper said, hell yes. And Walmart said, but we need you to move production over to China so we can meet this price point. And Snapper said, fuck you. I love that. I don't know if they still do that. I don't know if they are Chinese made now. I have no idea. But I know back in the day that was awesome. It's crazy. It's crazy when the problem is we have brainwashed the population into thinking that capitalism is good, and what's so insidious about that is capitalism is good. Capitalism is the reason the United States became the most powerful country in the world, lifted more people out of poverty, and generated a middle class that never existed before. That was capitalism. What they don't realize is that we don't have capitalism anymore. This is not a capitalist country. Amazon is not capitalism. Amazon is fascism, or whatever you want to call it. It's not capitalism. Yeah, exactly. And that's what Snapper wanted to avoid it. He said, hell no, we're going to keep it in the U.S. I don't know if he stayed with that, but at the time, he did that. An oligarchy is just another word for a monarchy. Do you know what well, okay, today it's a little bit differently, but in the past, do you know what an oligarchy was? An oligarchy was a group of monarchs who decided it was too expensive to try to kill each other right now. So we're going to tolerate each other until I can figure out how to stab you in the back. That's where wars come from. Mankind always makes a natural push toward monarchy. We tend to be a leader-follower kind of species because leader-follower tends to take the path of least resistance. It's easier. And people who want to be leaders are two kinds of people: good people and bad people. And the bad people know how to take advantage of those qualities. So we always push toward monarchy. Oligarchy is just a stopgap before monarchy, because if they could kill each other, they would. And they would push for one. But, I don't know. Communism, capitalism, socialism were just attempts to avoid monarchy. They were attempts to evenly distribute power. And, well, if your population isn't educated, we know how that works out. Gordon Gecko. Who is that? Search. A composite character in the film Wall Street. And its 2010 sequel, Wall Street Money Never Sleeps. Also, check them out. Oh, there is a great. It's one of my favorite scenes in a TV series. It was one of the best TV series ever. Oh, by the way, I just started watching Suits. That shit's great. I am loving this series. It was suggested to me a while ago, I think by Don. I think Don and Nicole are the one who suggested I watch Don and Greg.
Yeah.
And I just never got around to it. And I finally got around to it. Oh my God, that's fantastic.
It was Greg and Don, not Nicole and Don.
That's what I just said. That's why I changed from Nicole and Don to Greg and Don.
And I thought you would have a kick out of it.
Why isn't this loading? Because the computer is in priority mode.
What's priority mode?
The last season's not good. That sucks.
Priority mode.
I prioritize OBS so it doesn't drop frames on me here. I'm not watching it because obviously I can't play it on stream. I love that.
We'll go on to the next question. You, sir.
My name's Steven. I'm a junior, and my question's for Will McAvoy. Do you consider yourself a Democrat, or Republican, or independent?
I compromised.
I'm pretty sure that's the scene. But actually that was the newsroom. I thought it was West Wing. Apparently it's the newsroom. Okay, I'm gonna have to watch the newsroom. Oh, interesting. I thought it was the West Wing. West Wing was also fantastic. I love the West Wing. Still haven't watched all of it, but I loved what I watched. But now I'm gonna have to watch this. I thought this was a scene from the West Wing. Apparently it's a scene from something called the Newsroom. So I'm gonna have to watch the Newsroom now. But that's one of my favorite. It's just so powerful, so goddamn powerful, and most people have no clue. Most people think the United States is the greatest shit ever made, and its shit don't stink. And it's just like it's oh man. ETP, 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 ETP. Just keep thinking about the ETP protocol. If we just keep thinking about the ETP protocol, things will get better. we're going to use that. And we're going to use this. This was back when TV tried to teach us something. When they tried to put some effort into it. They tried to educate. But now the population is so hyperpolarized. Yeah. Idiocracy. We're done. This turkey's done. Poke it with a stick. There's no saving it.
Let me see the turkey.
What?
I said the chicken is done. But the turkey is done. What did you do? Did I switch the turkey or the chicken?
Seriously, of course you wouldn't go on the mat that I have sitting here for you to fall on.
Because it doesn't like you. Make sure you throw that away. Don't want to touch it. I'm going to my room, friend.
I don't care.
I want to watch
There we go. All right. Get that back on there. Well, let's not touch the mouse with the resin.
That sounds like a good answer. I'll take it.
No. Don't play that.
it doesn't like you.
There we go. Yep. That's a pretty good simplified way of explaining it. There is actually a cycle thing that's actually some official thing that people describe. There's a whole book on it. What was it called? It's like 4 stages or something like that. What was that called? I want to get the book because I want to read it. And we're in the 4th stage before we go back to the 1st stage again. And they've no, there's Benji's not salvageable. There's the carcass right there. There's the carcass of the Benji right there. Yeah, once a print falls off the aluminum plate, that's it. It's done. There's no saving that. So that elephant looks fantastic. That looks great. I gotta snip all them supports off after I clean it. This is our Marvin. The 4th turning, that might be it. That sounds familiar. Here's the little... Man, are these slippery. There is actually a clean cycle. I saw that in here. What does that do? If I go to Tool, there's a clean option on the screen. Yeah, multi-monitor is nice. There's the Totoro. You can even see, and this is not even high resolution. This is printed at 0.1 millimeter. So this would be considered low res for resin. But there's the Totoro and the little bamboo shoots. I can put the little itty bitty cell phone on there. What is that? Oh, that's debris from the other print. Some support from the elephant. That's amazing. But this is the part that amazes me. Is you can see the itty bitty little leaf thing on top of his head. Right there. Right there. The little stem. This is not that tough. This is pretty brittle. If I dropped this, it would probably be fine. If I dropped it for more than 5 or 6 feet, it would probably crack. Ceriatec is pretty good stuff, but this is just fast. This is not their tenacious. So these are they are relatively brittle. Now something like this would be a little stronger simply because It's hollow, so it can give a little bit. Oh, that feels pretty stiff, though. That's just a support from the elephant.
I got flash. Gross.
Yeah, hang on, Michelle.
Okay.
Yeah, not bad.
What are you doing? Hi, guys.
Oh, I see. I'd rather just do that in the sun instead of burning up my UV. Lawyers are like scavengers. They're not the cause of the problem, but they certainly don't help. But lawyers are like hyenas. They get a bad rap they don't always deserve.
Okay.
Careful opening it.
I know. All right, I'm going.
Oh, I got my new chair, by the way. I got my new chair from who is it? Steelcase from Crandall. It's gonna take me 6 months, 7 months to pay this chair off. It's $972, and that was half off for being a refurb. They're like $1,600 new. Jesus. But it's rated for me. It's definitely comfortable and big enough, and it's got a 12-year warranty. It better work good for me. It really, really better work good for that price. Jesus. But I'm spending $200 every 3 or 4 months buying chairs. Yeah, it's getting. I mean, you don't see them because I keep the same chair until it finally broke completely. But I've been buying, chairs, and I've been taking the base off the new chair and putting it on my old chair because I keep destroying the metal on the bottom, the legs. So I've got like 3 chair backs that you guys haven't even seen that because I don't fit the chairs. I just wanted the base. Yeah, that's where it sucks, though, because, when you're poor, that's what you do, but you end up spending more money. Technically, I can't afford this. I had to put it on a credit card, and now I have to pay that off. But, if it works out, it's a 12-year warranty, so they're one of the #1 rated chairs in existence. So, and I got the 2 of them that I got off Vine, but neither one of those was the Plus. So while they hold me, they're not the most comfortable because I'm a little too big for them. Well, this is wide enough for me. And so far, it's very comfortable. I wish it had a high back, though. But see, that's why I buy good shoes. I buy Chippewas. I buy Danners. I buy, what the hell's the other name? The ones I got from Michelle. I buy, $200 shoes, $300 boots, because they last significantly longer than the equal value of cheap stuff, especially for big people like me. But $1,000 for a chair fucking hurts. That hurts a lot. Exactly. I got that. I actually got that chair from Vince. That chair right there I got from Vince. And it actually holds me. The wheels are shot. They need to be replaced. But it does actually hold me, and I do actually fit. But it's so uncomfortable. Jesus. The last stream I did, I was hurting so bad. After that stream, I was so goddamn sore when that stream was done that last week I said, fuck it, I'm not doing a stream. I was like, the chair will be here in less than a week. I was like, fuck it, we're skipping. I can't. It was so painful. But this chair should hold up for the long term, so. Come on, focus already. Even at 0.1 millimeters, that looks fantastic. Yeah, well, the problem is holding me. You know, it would have to be a static chair, you know, one that doesn't rotate or move or anything like that. Would you stop doing that? Boy, he's really hard to hold on to. Like, I cannot get him from the side. There we go. He just wants to keep slipping. Did you see the elephant's foot from the overexposure for the bottom layers? Those bottom layers did not need to be that many, and they did not need to be 20 seconds. Would you please focus on what's right in the middle of the screen? Thank you. But of course, it's resin, so it's perfect. Like, literally, it's perfect. And this is going to look pretty cool cleaned up. That's going to look very cool once it's cleaned up. You see his little tail there. There's his trunk on the front there. I should find my god hands to do this. Oh, that's horrible. The problem I was having with the other chairs, I finally got a replacement piston for it, was the chair kept drooping down. And when you're 6'4", sitting too low is extremely painful. And then I got a new piston for it, but then the chair platform itself finally broke. So replacing the bottom is no longer going to fix that chair. What sucks is it's my favorite chair because the back was high. This has a short back. This is a mid-back chair. But the back was high, and the back was wide enough for the cat to lay on. He loves laying on that when I'm sitting in the chair. And I don't have that anymore, and that sucks. So I'm going to try to add a back to this chair for the cat to lay on. It's hard to tell where the support starts and ends. Because I shrank it down, the points aren't there anymore. At least they're not as easy to see. And since it's a wireframe model, you could easily cut away a part of the actual model, thinking it's part of the wireframe. And supports are usually easier to remove when the model is wet. Although, I think this is over-cured, because these are snipping like they're already cured. Oh shit, you guys can't see what I'm doing. And of course, you want to make sure pets don't get to this. You don't want them eating these. That would be bad for them. Yeah, I need to find my god hands. They would work better on this. It being so tiny. These are kind of like sledgehammer. Well, ideally, a standing desk would be better, but because of my weight, standing in one spot for that long would not be good. Yep. Problem is, it's the most difficult solution. Losing weight is not easy. It's easy to say, it's not easy to do. Because your brain and your body actively fight against you. And what is the one universal solution for addiction? Because ultimately that's what this is. It's an addiction. What's the one solution? Abstinence. And that's the one solution not available to a food addicted person. Because if you stop eating, you die. Think of food addiction like this. It's very difficult for people who are not fat to understand this. Imagine you're a heroin addict, and the doctor says, no problem. You just have to take 3 equal doses per day of heroin, but you can never stop taking heroin. That link didn't get posted, Gianni, unless you sent me an email. So YouTube filtered out a link if you posted a link. So imagine telling a heroin addict he can fix his heroin, but he can never stop taking heroin. He has to keep taking heroin for the rest of his life. If you stop eating, you die. So what you have to do is control. Well, it doesn't matter. You'll die. If you stop eating, you die. Which means what you have to do is control how much you eat and what you eat. And that is what makes it difficult. Not impossible, just difficult. It makes it harder. Thank you. I'll check that out in a second. Let's see here. That looks like support. Yeah, that's support. And you got to be careful. You can't just break it off because you might break the surrounding studs that go with it. Because this was designed to be printed bigger. There we go. We easy getting there. At least I can get rid of enough of the support to show you guys the elephant. I keep moving out of the camera view. Yeah. guys remember that Twilight episode where the guy wishes he could stop drinking, so his wish is granted by a worm in the bottle, in the tequila bottle, and every time he drinks, the worm gets bigger, and if the worm gets big enough, it'll eat its way out of him. So he has to stay away from alcohol for the rest of his life, or that worm will kill him. That was a pretty good episode. That's pretty cool. I still have a little bit more to trim off his feet, but that's pretty darn cool. Yeah, it's a little bit extreme, but that's the Twilight Zone for you. I think my first objective is to fix my brain, get my head working clearly again. And once I have my head, because I was making progress on the weight loss. I was doing it. It was happening. We're now in a position where it's a little bit easier to eat healthy. It's kind of weird. Okay. The problem with eating healthy is twofold. One, healthy foods cost more money. Number two, healthy foods take more work to prepare. And number three, healthy foods don't last. So your secondary costs skyrocket with healthy foods. For example, I found a place where I can get vegetables cheap. I mean, really cheap. Half the price of what I pay here in Edgewood. Half. The problem is it's a 70-mile round trip. So, I can risk taking the electric car with 4 miles left of my range and hope I don't run out and cost me a $50 tow if I do run out. Or I can take the gas car, but now I'm spending $20 in gas. No worm here. So that's not really practical. Now, if I'm already there, then yes, I stop at El Super and I grab stuff. Well, the problem is a dehydrator, a freeze dryer is $4,000. Because yes, I thought of that, and I almost tried to buy one. But now drying, like dehydrating, doesn't work. It's nasty. It's not good. Freeze drying does work, but it's very expensive. It also depends on what you're trying to freeze dry. It just depends. But either which way, long-term solution. The point is, though, we have enough of a food budget where we can start to eat healthier now. You know, our food budget has that space in it to allow us to do that. So what I've started doing is, because, like, for example, I love salad. Oh my God, I love salad. If I could afford it, I'd eat salad every day. I mean, salad is just so goddamn delicious. Like, when I'm done this stream in about 10 minutes, I'm going to go make a salad. And I don't even need a whole lot of dressing. Like, I don't go crazy with dressing. You know, just enough to add flavor. But I don't go crazy with dressing, and I love vinaigrettes and stuff like that. But, salad is a lot of money. I mean, the head of lettuce was $1.40. $1.49. The cucumbers were 50 cents each. The tomatoes are $1 a pound, which is actually pretty good for around here. And then whatever other ingredients you add to it, onion, like I add onions to mine, and I like adding feta cheese to mine, but feta cheese is like, feta cheese is a treat because it's very expensive. But if you actually run the numbers on the dollars per calorie, salad is some of the most expensive things you can eat. The individual ingredients don't cost a whole lot, but you also can't stock up. I can't go to the grocery store once and buy, 10 heads of lettuce and 20 cucumbers and 12 onions, and I could probably do the onions. The onions would hold up. And 15 pounds of tomatoes. I can't do it. Because that stuff is only going to last 2 or 3 days. Well, when you're talking about things like salad, you do have to factor in calories because there's none there. I'll make a 400 calorie salad and 390 of the calories is the dressing. It's not that bad, but you see my point. When I make that salad tonight, all of the calories is going to be in the dressing. I agree. Many empty calories. So calories is a factor that has to be considered, because if you eat too little calories, you'll do more damage than good. Because if you don't eat enough calories, your body will fight you. Your body will resist you violently. You'll go into what's called starvation mode, and your body will begin to cannibalize itself to get the calories it needs. And guess what it starts with? It doesn't start with the fat. It starts with your muscles and your organs, because those are easier to convert. Fat's actually pretty difficult to convert. You have to play the game by the rules to get your body to start converting the fat. These calories aren't accessible to me. If I stopped eating right now, I'd be dead in 3 or 4 weeks, even though I have 300 pounds of fat on me to eat. Because, well, I can't eat enough of that fat fast enough. So, you have to, your body basically, it's sugars, alcohols, carbohydrates, and then fats. That's the order in which your body chooses to get its calories from. Sugars are first because it's a direct conversion. Anything you eat is being converted into sugar. Ultimately, sugar is the fuel of your body. Glucose is the fuel of your body. So sugars are the most ideal, as far as your body's concerned, as far as the pecking order, because it's already the closest to what your body's going to convert it to anyway. Alcohols are second because, again, they're almost already the glucose you need. And then third is carbohydrates, and then last is your fats. Fats are a very good long-term energy storage, but it's kind of like having, it's kind of like the difference between a poor quality battery and a high quality battery. They both might have 300 amp hours, but this battery can only draw down at 2C, while this battery can draw down at 80C. So think of the 80C battery as being sugar, and the 2C battery as being fat. You can use it for energy, but you can only pull the energy so fast. I think they call that ketosis. That's when your body goes to fat burning. It's when you've carefully deprived your body of all the other easier sources of energy without actually depriving your body of food. Because you basically have to trick your body into going into fat burning without making it think you're starving. Because if it thinks you're starving, then your body goes to other methods of getting its energy, which are very destructive. Because your body thinks it's an emergency, so it's like, it's worth it. It's better than dying. Eating a piece of my heart is better than dying right now. That's what low carb tries to do. You're giving your body slow energy methods, so you're getting plenty of calories, but it's calories that take your body time to process, so it begins to process other things. Ovi Duts, I just said that. So, did the study also contradict you, or did you misunderstand what I said? I mean, that's why you forego carbs, to get your body to start using the fat. That's the reason to forego carbs. So, are you saying that's right or wrong? Of course, it's not going to eat all your protein, but the point is, your body is going into a negative state. It's going into a state that's bad for you. And diets don't work. We know for a fact, irrefutable by all science, that diets don't work. You have to change the way you eat forever. You have to change the way you eat to a way that's good. And yes, there is a difference between carbs and carbs. I understand that as well. But the problem is, carbs are cheap. Everything else is not. Well, no. People are built to endure, yeah, you're right, periods of going without. And the problem is, when we diet, we make it a permanent going without. And that creates a negative consequence in the body. So you're correct. You have to change the way you eat. You're talking about the way the hunter-gatherers worked, where that's the reason we make fat, is that we would have a bounty. Yeah, intermittent fasting. That's the way the hunter-gatherers ate, because, food was not a readily available continuous commodity until we had agriculture. So we would feast, fatten up, and then it might be days or weeks before we had another feast. And so we would have intermittent fasting. You wouldn't be fasting for weeks, but you wouldn't have the plenty for weeks until you got another hunt. Yeah, that's what I've heard, 16 hours. I got to get down to around 400 pounds to get back on a bike. Right now, I'm a little too heavy for the bike, and I can't afford to break it. So I've got to be careful with that. I mean, even with the reinforcements that I've added to the bike, I'm too heavy. What do you mean up the fasting period? You fast for longer? Because I've heard the intermittent fasting is starting, scientifically, it's starting to look like the best way to go. And I've also heard that it's just like low carbing, where once you've done it for a while, your body gets used to it and the hunger pangs go away. Where you're not so, driven hungry. I don't know how truthful that is, but I've heard that. Yeah, it's a permanent change. You live that way for the rest of your life. You're not dieting, you're changing how you're eating. In a way that's sustainable. In a sustainable manner. That's what I was trying to explain before, that you can't just do a diet, lose weight, and then stop doing the diet, because you'll just go back to normal. There's plenty of people who have eaten a healthy diet on fast food. The problem with fast food is you tend to eat too much. I mean, even a McDonald's salad is 800 calories, which is not so bad for a meal. Exactly, don't overfill. I tell people you can eat whatever you want. Once you're at weight, you can eat whatever you want, as long as you manage it, as long as you have the willpower to not eat, 3 hamburgers and a large fries and a regular drink, because otherwise you're just going to get fat again. And it's always easier to get fat the second time than the first time, because you've already got the fat cells there. The fat cells never go away, you just shrink them. What's the Mediterranean diet? Oh, how many buses is it going to make me pick this time? That's a bus. That's a bus. And that's a bus. And that looks like a bus. And that's also a bus. That's 6 buses I've had to click. 7 buses I've had to fucking click. Eight buses I've had to click. And it didn't like it. It wants me to try again. Fuck you. I'll log in later. Fuck you. I fucking hate this CAPTCHA bullshit. Well, fish is expensive. Very, very expensive. We had a salmon dinner last week. We splurged. And we bought a big piece of salmon, and it was so good. Oh, I didn't burn it. I cooked it perfectly. Oh, just a little salt and pepper, basil, and roasted garlic. Oh my God, it was so good, but it was so expensive. We had steak last night. We got a deal on it. 2 little steaks this big. Because it's $20 a pound. I'm not big on sardines, but she is. She likes them. I like gefilte fish. My dad's girlfriend, when we were growing up, her family was Jewish. So we did a lot of like Passover dinner kind of stuff, and it turns out I like Jewish food. I freaking love matzo ball soup, and I love gefilte fish. Now, you see, the one nice thing about one meal a day is that your food cost should go down. But how do you eat a sufficient number of calories in one meal without overdoing it? Well, you get the right cuts. You don't get too many fish bones. You get salmon and tilapia, and you get very little bones. Very little in the way of bones there. Kosher for the win. But the other problem is that, like I said, our budget allows a little bit of flexibility now. And now that COVID restrictions aren't such a big deal, we can go to the store more often. But even vaccinated, I am concerned about the Delta variant because you can still get nailed by it. And being fat, we're susceptible to it. But the probability of us getting sick is very low. So what we're trying to do now is go to the grocery store 3 times a week. Because I do have one advantage if I stay local. I have an electric car. So my cost to go to the grocery store is like 50 cents, even accounting for wear and tear on the car. My actual fuel costs are basically 0. It's a mile there, a mile and a half there, a mile and 3 miles. So I will use 12 kilowatts of electricity max. And that means my cost will be... No, not 12 kilowatts. I get 4.5 miles per kilowatt. So I will use 3/4 of a kilowatt. So my cost is like 12 cents. So I basically can count the cost as 0. And it also gets us moving. We're walking, exercising. You know, we're being mobile more. Because that's what really hurt us with COVID is we were getting to the point where we were going to the store almost every day. Not to really shop, just to walk around, look at stuff. And it kept us active. And then COVID, we're stuck in the fucking house. And of course, we start to eat more, and we don't eat healthy. And yeah, fuck COVID. But anyway, we're going to try to go to the grocery store 3 times a week. Because if I go 3 times a week, I can buy 2 days worth of greens. You know, of veggie stuff. Because it doesn't last long. The onions last forever. I don't have any problem with onions. But like lettuce and the cucumbers, it's like 3 days max. After 3 days, they're turning and they're nasty. Mushrooms, 2 days. Tomatoes, I can get 3 or 4, depending. If I buy the slightly less ripe ones, I can get like 4 days. Otherwise, by the 3rd day, they're starting to go soft. I don't know why. Maybe it's because they're being dried out from the dry environment. So an idea I got is to not put them in the fridge, because I think the fridge is desiccating my vegetables. So I'm putting them on my rack above the sink. And then what I'm going to do is twice a day, I'm going to spritz them with water from the sink. Just like they do at the grocery store, you know, where they have the sprayers that keep them moist. I'm going to see if that helps them keep a little longer. Because if I can solidly get 3 days out of all my veggies, then I can plan for that. Buy 3 days worth, buy 3 days worth, buy 3 days worth. And because nothing's worse than spending $20 in veggies and having half of them go bad. Oh, that hurts. Man, that hurts. But we're doing that. I found that out. Yep, I found out you shouldn't put tomatoes in the fridge. So they're not in the fridge now. Like bananas, 2 days. I remember back in Pennsylvania, I'd get bananas and they'd be good for 5 or 6 days, no problem. Now, bananas, 2 days, they're done. So it has to be something to do with, oh, really? I didn't know that. I can get an ozone thing. I've seen ozone generators on Vince. Vince has offered them before. But they're big industrial machines, like $300. I didn't know that. I'll definitely do that. Because that's the problem, is I can't stockpile veggies. I can buy, 500 cans of canned food and keep it for 20 years, but I can't buy a week's worth of vegetables because they won't keep for a week. And of course, bread, I get the well, if you're breathing it in, I guess it's a health hazard, but I can't imagine in a sealed fridge it's going to be a problem. I mean, all your electrical devices generate some level of ozone. I think that's how you make ozone. It's an electrical thing. But I can't buy a week worth of fresh veggies because they won't last a week. I don't poke my head in the fridge. Why would you poke your head in the fridge? Seriously, why would you stick your head in the fridge? I'll stick my arm in the fridge. maybe it's just me because I'm bigger. I'm big enough that, I'm not bending over to put my head in the fridge. I just reach in. Consequence of being 400 pounds, I guess. But the other problem is, while I do have more flexibility, I don't have freedom yet. I still have to buy an appropriate amount of food with an appropriate longevity for the budget that I have. And that means I have to buy things on sale. Because the one thing that is not cheaper here in New Mexico is food. Food is very expensive. Yeah, I understand now. I understand what you meant. I took it literally. Food is very expensive. Way more expensive than back in Pennsylvania. I mean, okay. If you compare Walmart to Walmart, it's about the same price, except for meat and fish, which for some reason is double, at least. Back in Pennsylvania, if I want a steak, it was $3 or $4 a pound. Here, garbage steak is $9 a pound. Good steak, not even good steak. I mean, the fillets that we got, the little steaks, the not top sirloin, filet mignon, maybe. I don't know. It's the good sirloin steak. We've only ever had it twice here because it's so expensive. Even those, they weren't even prime. They were choice. They were USDA choice. I can't even buy prime, yet we're paying prime prices for choice. And we're rural, so I got Walmart and Smith's. That's it. If I want anything else, I got to drive 40 miles. So they kind of got you by the short and hairies. But it's not horrible, but it's not Back in Pennsylvania, I was feeding a family of 7 people on 150, 200 bucks a month. Now that's just dinner, and then a little bit of breakfast. Everybody took care of their lunches when they were at work and whatnot. But just feeding everybody dinner and sometimes breakfast, I was feeding 7 people, sometimes 8, on 150, $200 a month, because I had access to a very affordable place to get food. Here I don't have that access. So I buy things that are on sale, which means I'm restricted in what I can buy. I don't yet have the freedom to be able to completely choose my menu based on how healthy it is. I have to choose my menu partially based on how much it costs. And the very nature of our food system is that the low-cost foods are expensive. They're expensive health-wise, they're cheap price-wise. The low-cost foods are the bad ones, the ones that are bad for you. I mean, I could feed Michelle and I for $100 a month if I wanted to. We'd have, oatmeal and pasta every day. And, that's not that healthy though. So, I've gotten to the point where we only have pasta a few times a month now. Like this last month, we had no pasta. I've gotten to the point where I can vary the diet that much where I don't have to subsist on pasta, because we're doing okay food-wise. We're doing not bad. It helps that it's just Michelle and I. That really, really helps. And that I don't have to worry about anybody else. But I don't yet have the freedom to be able to make a menu based on its health qualities and ignore the price. I have to consider the price. If I can have myself salads 3 times a week, I'm happy, because I fucking love salad. God, I love salad. But it can't just be lettuce, man. It's got to have tomatoes and cucumbers and, some sort of a cheese in there. It doesn't have to be a lot, but it needs to be something. My onions, I have to do those separate because Michelle doesn't like onions. Even the Vidalia sweet onions, she doesn't like them. Me, I put a whole goddamn onion in my salad. The big Roma tomatoes, I'll put 3 of those in my salad. Lettuce is the smallest ingredient in my salad. I love my tomatoes and my cucumbers and onions, and especially when you get a really good quality balsamic vinaigrette. Oh man, that's good. No. Maybe, possibly. I cannot plant them in the ground because I don't have usable soil. Most of my yard is rock, sand, rock kind of stuff. So the soil is not really suitable for planting anything. I do have a raised garden kind of thing, and I actually just scored another one from Vince this morning. Was that 1 or 2 that I got? One. So I got 1 4-foot garden plus the one I already have. So I could start doing raised gardens. I also got the irrigation kit. And I also have a battery-powered programmable, on-off thing for water, so that I can automate the watering of the plants, because that's how I murder them. I forget to water them. And you cannot forget to water them out here. It's so hot and dry. I also got sunshades. It's the black polypropylene stuff that blocks a certain percentage of the sunlight. So I got a 60% block, which people tell me is what I need out here, 50 to 60%, because the sunlight out here is so harsh, it will burn your plants. It just murders them. It's funny. You see the front of my house? So here's the front of my house, and here's my carport sticking out, and grass will grow right here along the front of the house, and it'll come out about 5 or 6 feet. And as we go from spring to summer and the sun gets more vertical, so there's less shadow on the front of my house because that's north facing, you can actually see the sun burn the grass back. you'll see the edge of the grass move closer and closer to the house until it doesn't exist anymore, because the sun is so harsh, it just kills it. We don't have a lack of grass, not so much for a lack of water, for so much as a lids? What do you mean you need boxes with lids? What's that supposed to mean? All boxes don't have, very few boxes have lids. Those are crates. Those are cardboard crates. But so planting veggies takes work and maintenance. You have to shield it from the sun. We have a limited grow season because of temperature. Like, we're already to the point where we're getting down to the 50s at night. It's still 90 in the day, but it's getting down to like 58 at night. And it won't be long before we'll have frost at night. So limited grow season. I'm thinking about setting up a greenhouse so that when we start getting the frost, I can close up the greenhouse, keep it warmer, extend my grow season. But I have to use raised garden beds, and I have to be pretty aggressive about maintaining and taking care of them. And I got to find some neighbors who are doing it. Not many neighbors around here are doing it. And the problem is I know there's some people over there planting, but they have way more trees than we do, and they have way more soil than we do. So they could actually plant them in the ground, and the trees provide the shade they need from the sun. Not too many people down here that I know yet that are doing it. I'm trying to find people who are doing it like this, so that I can learn the proper way. I mean, these people will have already learned what works and what doesn't work, so I got to learn from them what works and what doesn't work. Well, that's difficult to do. I don't have the soil for trees, and I don't have the water for trees. I'm actually going to get some trees from that tree survey thing. They donate $20 to give you 10 tree saplings. Fuck yeah, I'll take that. But it's going to cost me a fortune to grow them, because remember, my water is very expensive, and the soil is not appropriate for them, so they suffer. They have their, what do you call it? Their growth is handicapped. Like, I have one deciduous tree out back here, and I can tell it's suffering. It's having a real hard time growing. It's surviving, but it's having a hard time. So I actually plan to disconnect my shower from the sewer tank, and I plan to run a pipe from my shower right outside, underneath, right through the skirting, and just dump my shower water right on top of that tree. And that will be, 100 gallons a week that it doesn't get now. I found out that as long as the tree isn't citrus, you can take gray water and feed the tree with it. So I'm going to be taking that gray water and using it to feed that tree. And I could use it to feed a couple more trees if I put some more on the side there, to run soaker hose to it. I got to be careful with soaker hose, because if there's anything in the water, it'll clog it up. Yeah, gray water is already being dumped into the ground, so I might as well dump it past the roots of a tree first. I don't have a foundation, so I don't have to worry about tree roots hurting my foundation, because there is none. So I want to, that's why I actually have a lot of trees on my property. If you look at my property, I got way more trees than most of my neighbors do. I have, there's like 4 there, 4 there. There's like 3 there, 1 there, and I got like 6 or 7 at the back. But they're all these little 15-foot tall, wide pinon trees. So they don't provide shade. Because they're not tall enough. They don't cast a shadow. Mulch, okay. And so I do plan to do that, but I won't experience any results from planting those trees for 15 years. I mean, that's how long it's going to take those trees to do anything. And, before they get big enough to actually provide some sort of a benefit, if they survive that long. But, yes, I do want to start doing some gardening, because even if I don't get a lot, it will give me and Michelle something to do. Yes. I'm gonna have to water them. They will not survive on their own without me artificially watering them. So that's gonna get pretty expensive. We'll see. I don't mind it. If the trees survive, I don't mind paying it. So I love trees. God, I love trees. They cut down my Christmas tree, by the way. With the people who bought the house, they cut down my Christmas tree. I don't blame them. I mean, I get it. It makes sense. But damn it, I planted that tree when we bought that house. Well, we planted that tree. I was 5 years old. But damn it, that tree was awesome. But they kept the big tree, though. They kept the big one. The birch, I think it is. Giant motherfucker. He's huge. But I love trees. I love trees so much. That's why I want to save that tree. I want to see that tree prosper. Because trees are good for shade. Trees are good for controlling temperature, both in the summer and the winter. They stop the wind in the wintertime. And they don't stop the sun because the leaves are gone. And the trees provide shade and solar blockage in the summertime. So it reduces your heat, your cooling costs. And it helps a little bit with your heating costs. Unless the tree is dangerous to the property, there's pretty much no downside to trees and only upside. Trees just fucking rock. I love trees. So, I'm glad I have a lot of trees. I just don't have any, trees. I don't have any trees. I have trees. But how many do I have? What are you doing? Oh, it's just being slow. So you can see here, I got a pretty decent number of trees here. So you got, that one's dead. That tree is totally dead. I haven't taken it down because it looks cool and it's not a threat. But there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I think that's dead too. There's at least 3 here. 6, 7, 8, 9. Little one here, 10. 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17. This one by itself. Then I have 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29. 34 trees. Looks like a couple little ones might be coming in. And the deciduous tree is right here. You can't see it here, but it's growing right here. So this picture predates when so somebody planted that tree, unless that's it right there. That might be it right there. That might be the tree right there. It's quite a bit bigger now, so this is a pretty old image. Yeah, see, this porch, well, that porch was here when I got here. I got rid of it. This was not here. They took it down. I got rid of the swamp cooler and got the roof repaired. And we had a month of rain here, and I had no leaks inside, so I'm very happy about that. I'm dreading the day the containers appear on this map, because once that happens, it won't be hard to figure out where I live. Won't even be slightly hard. But if you wrong screen. But if you look, this is actually a pretty well-treed property with the neighbor here. Most of these other properties don't have that much trees. This one's pretty good. And this one's pretty good, but that's because it's open land. But as you can see, most of these properties don't have much trees. See you later, DeWitt. I'm getting ready to close up shop. So I got that lady coming for the boxes any minute now. I do wish I could have got a bigger chunk of land. It would have been nice to get 2.5 acres. But beggars and choosers. But now you look over here, and all of a sudden you got tons of trees. Look at all the trees over here. Lots and lots of trees over here. Well, everybody knows I live on Pignon Street. I don't know. That's a good question. Let's look at that. I have no idea. I don't see anything that stands out to me and screams septic tank. See you later, Gianna. You know, I'm assuming it's somewhere in here, and the leach field is somewhere in here, because there's going to be a power line running from this pole to the house, so that would close off this to a septic tank. This is the front. This is the front yard right here. The septic tank has to be somewhere in here, because right here is the clean out, and the pipe goes straight out from here. So the septic pipe comes right from here and goes actually right over here. Actually, it comes right from here and goes out like this. So it has to be out here somewhere. If I had to guess, I'd say septic tank and leach field. I have no access to it. There's no most of the tanks out here are buried, so I have no clue where it's at. I mean, I can't imagine it being here because there's a tree there. Obviously, it wouldn't be here. There's a tree. It obviously wouldn't be here. There's a driveway. So it has to be in here. It has to be in this section here. Well, that's the problem. I have no idea. I know you're supposed to empty septic tanks every like 3 to 5 years, but I have no idea where the tank is, and I can't afford to ask anybody. Because I might trigger a, think Yu-Gi-Oh here. I might activate a trap card if I start asking. And that trap card would be very, very expensive. I know. Well, the problem is the house was in foreclosure. It's been owned by the bank for the last 10 or 15 years. I mean, the guy says the last time he remembers somebody living in this house was early 2000s, late 90s. So I'm guessing about 10 or 15 years it's been vacant and it hasn't had an owner. So, and worse, I have reason to believe the owner may have done some shady stuff, like without permission kind of stuff. Like, I'm willing to bet this underground wire was not permitted. Exactly. Don't ask the bank. And the problem is there a trap card? Meaning, if I go to a septic company and ask them, hey, how do I find a septic tank? What would it cost to have you come out and just find it and inspect it for me? There's 4 ways that could go. 2 good, 2 bad. 1, they come out, they find it, we're good. Okay? They come out, they can't find it. It would cost more to find it. Now those are the 2 good things that could happen. Or they come out, they find it, and there's a problem with the tank. And they're legally required to report that to the state. And the state can therefore now force me to do something about it that I can't afford to do. Or 4, They come out, they find a problem with the tank, they want me to pay them to take care of it. I can't afford it, so they report me to the state hoping to force me to pay them to take care of it. Yeah, there are shady companies that could do that. So if one of those 2 trap cards activate, I'm fucked. Like, I'm hardcore fucked if one of those 2 trap cards get activated. Because I don't have the money to replace a septic tank if there's something wrong with it. Or if something wasn't done right. Or if there even is a septic tank. Who knows? Maybe the guy dug a big hole and filled it with gravel and ran a pipe to it. I have no idea what the guy may have done. I can't go to the city and say, hey, can I get a plot map for my land? You know, because maybe that'll show where the septic tank is. Because they would have to have drawn a permit at some point, right? Or maybe they installed this septic tank before the city was incorporated and they never got a permit. And maybe that will activate a trap card. Yeah, but then I'll have to take care of it. I might go 10 years without having to worry about it. And maybe in 10 years, I'll have the money to take care of it. Right now, I know for a fact I do not have the money to take care of it. So it creates a interesting situation for me that is very concerning. What I need is a catch card. I need an insider trading card is what I need. Not enough too long ago. My one neighbor who's been here all this time says, he remembers, the guy, for example, he said he remembers the guy moving this house because he was annoyed because the guy moved it closer to his property. And he claims the guy moved the property line. He claims the guy moved the fence slightly onto his property. He's cool, we're cool, no problem there. I was not going to explain adverse possession to them and the fact that he no longer owns that if the guy did. It's been 20 years, whatever that little piece of land is, if it was moved, it's mine now. But, he's my neighbor. I don't want to make him mad. But what I need is an insider trading card. I need a get out of jail card. I need to network with somebody who will, on the down low, find this thing for me, pay them to do the work, but, be cool with me if there's something wrong, not report me or, not be a dick, somebody I can trust to say, yeah, you got a problem. You've probably got a year or 2 before it's going to be a big issue, or yeah, you're fine. And, just, somebody, insider trading. I need an insider trading card. And the problem is I don't know anybody. And because things desiccate so much out here, septic tanks last a lot longer out here than normal. I need a contractor that does septic tanks who I can trust, who I can confide in, who won't burn me. That's what I need. And I don't know anybody yet. Back east, septic tanks have to be regularly pumped out because there's so much moisture that sludge just builds up. Here, everything desiccates. So everything dries out. I take a piece of food and toss it outside. In the morning, it's a dry husk. There's nothing left. So you can go a lot longer before you have to do anything with a septic tank. Especially if you're not pumping, shit down there you shouldn't be pumping down there. And that's one of the reasons I'm getting the bidets installed, is now that much less toilet paper going down the drain. It'll just be water, piss, and shit. And then the shower, taking the shower water and feeding it to trees will result in less water, even that, less water and chemicals going down into the septic tank. So the septic tank will be underutilized, which will, again, further extend its lifespan. But I'm even thinking about capturing Michelle's shower water into an IBC, filter it a little bit, put it through a basic, multi-layer carbon and cotton filter, not to make it drinkable, but just to get the crud out of it. And then use that for watering my garden. Just make the water safe for edible foods. And then use that for watering the garden. And that's, now I have a free resources to take care of the garden with. And go from there. But it's not a huge concern. It's a concern, though. Now, also, can I drive a skid steer over top of a septic tank? I know you don't want to drive a dump truck over a septic tank. But can I drive a skid steer over a septic tank? Can I drive something car weight over a septic tank? Is that going to hurt it? Or the leach field? Can I drive something through that yard without hurting my septic tank? I don't know. And that worries me too. Because I want to get my fire break put around the rest of the house. I want to get, see how this is all dirt? Oh, you can't see. See how this is all dirt here? This is all dirt, 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 dirt. Well, now it's not. Now all of this from here all the way around to about here is asphalt millings. And from here to about here is concrete. So I only have this little bit of dirt left around my house. This little bit right here. And, well, no, it can't be under the containers because the line's going forward. So I know it's in the front yard. So there's no question about that. The septic tank is in the front yard. Because the sewer pipe comes out this way and goes straight out into the yard. There's no way in hell they're going to send a sewer pipe out in the yard just to do a 180 and come back and go under the house and go the other way. That'd be stupid. And so wherever it is, it's out here. And I want to get asphalt millings, a 5-foot wide path of asphalt millings down around this end of the house. That does several things. First, I can now walk around the entire house without walking through grass. That will give me protection from snakes, scorpions, and also protection from, yeah, for shiggles, we call it. Shiggles, shits and giggles. But it'll give me a place that's stable to walk. That's not a foot hazard. So I can walk around the entire house. I can put up a ladder if I need it. I can, wheel a wheelbarrow. I don't have to worry about gopher holes. It'll all be flat and smooth. But also the big thing, it's a 5-foot fire break. Grass fires are a big concern out here. And if I have a 5-foot asphalt fire break around the entire house, my house will be safe from grass fires. And as you can see, except for this tree right here, which is completely surrounded by asphalt and concrete, all this here is asphalt, all this is asphalt, all this is asphalt now. Yeah, sticky things for sure. But that'll give me a lot of fire safety, and that'll give me a lot of peace of mind knowing that I have some reasonable protection from fire. Because, mobile homes, they go up like tinder bushes. Just they catch on fire, they're done. That's probably why my home insurance costs so much. I only have $80,000 in coverage, and it costs me $980 a year. Whew. That hurts. But it is what it is. I think 5 of the trees are going to be spruce pine trees. I'm thinking about putting them right here to create a little bit of a visual block between me and the neighbor. Just so a little privacy. No big deal, just a little bit of privacy. We have that here. We have these trees that give us that little tiny bit of privacy. They seem to be fine. I don't know anything about them. That was over here. So that was all of this. A firecracker landed here and burned all of this. It made it all the way to here. And it came up all the way to here. So it was amazing. You can watch the drone footage. I have it on YouTube. It's amazing that you could actually watch the flame front spread across the grass as it burned. And now, thankfully, it's across the street. But if that firecracker landed here, that could make it all the way to here pretty damn easily. So by having a fire break around the house, that'd be very, very good. See, right now, to get to me from here, it'd have to go through hundreds of feet of concrete and asphalt. The closest point is here. And even that is like 30 feet or 25 feet of asphalt. And the asphalt goes all the way back to about here. And then you have the concrete pad and the 3 containers the fire would have to go through. So from the west, I am basically immune to ground fire. Oh, yeah, I've got a bunch of stuff. I keep trying to... Oh, yeah, I did that, didn't I? Derp. There, fixed it. So what have I gotten recently? Well, first of all, this thing is really cool. This is a audio recorder, solid metal. I mean, this thing's actually heavy. That's like half a pound. You know, it's really surprisingly dense. Nice high quality USB-C. This light's pretty slick. USB-C charging. You can also output like emergency charger for your phone, but it's got the cob, it's got the flashlight and the red light. That's pretty cool. I like that. Nice big battery. I got one of those zinc printers. You connect it to Bluetooth and it takes the zinc paper. It's like 50 cents a picture, so it's not exactly cheap. But that printed out some pictures. That's a picture I took. Came out real nice. That's that. This is all that. While I was taking a picture for an Amazon review, I was just blown away how nice it came out. There's my soul. Here's a little camera I got for inside your ear. So I stuck the camera in my ear and got a picture inside my ear. That's my eardrum. It tends to darken the pictures. So to make them come out right, I'll have to lighten the picture to make it come out right. That came out the best so far. This is funny. I love this. There we go. 50,000 milliamp hour battery. It's so big, it's ridiculous. USB-C and micro USB charging. Yeah, I think you can actually charge using both. And I got 4 USB ports. No quick charge ports, sadly. But it does charge by USB-C. And it's 50,000 freaking milliamps. I actually keep one in the Kia on the seat. It's got a solar panel. Do you know how long it would take this to charge by that little solar panel? Probably 2 months. But it's enough to keep it charged. I haven't had to plug it in. I used to run the dash cam and stuff. But because my outlets are bad. LVP? What's LVP? But yeah, it's got 4 USB ports. It's got a big ass light on there. It's actually a pretty darn decent light. You can light up a whole area with that. But I wish it had a solar panel too. Instead, they put like this fake leather on the side. It'd be nice if this was, I don't know. I would hope so. But, you know, I keep them relatively charged. This one's full. But I wish this had the solar panel and the light, because the solar panel would be more than enough to make up for the power consumed by the light. And that would make a pretty badass little go bag light. You can charge everything. I got an 8-inch set of calipers. So I have calipers that can go to 8 inches now. I got a Bluetooth adapter because, you know, Nintendo Switch has Bluetooth, but you can't connect headphones to it. Why? Why, Nintendo? So this is a Bluetooth adapter that plugs into the bottom of the Switch, so you can plug in Bluetooth headphones. What else did I get? Oh, I got one of these. This is another case of the first one was defective. The guy replaced it for me, and the second one works fine. This is a USB power supply. So it's just, you know, USB power supply. And it has a 45 watt USB-C PD port and a quick charge 3.0 port. And you can use both at the same time. But this one has a display. And display will tell you volts, amps, and watt hours. So you can actually tell how much power your device is drawing. And you can switch between them by pressing the button. Channel 1, channel 2. You know, for these two plugs. The first one would show voltage, but no amps and no watt hours. Took me a while to explain to the guys, like, you don't understand. It's charging fine, but the reason I got it was because of the data output. And there's no data. So he's like, well, what do you want me to do? I was like, can you replace it? And he's like, sure. He sent me a new one. And I replied back. I was like, yeah, thank you very much. It works great. See? Now I get an amp and a watt-hour output. So that's pretty cool. That works nicely. Well, I got a keyboard and mouse combo. I'm going to be setting up mini PCs. So I got this nice orange wireless keyboard and mouse. Oh, there it is. So, wireless keyboard and mouse. Takes a while to get used to typing because your fingers tend to want to go in between, but once you get used to it, it's not so bad. It's pretty cool looking. And they both take a single AA battery, which is pretty cool. I also got a thing of basil. What's nice about food products is they're truly free. They cost nothing. Like the ETV is 0. I got Michelle a pink one. What else did I get? Oh, ham radio. I got a mobile ham radio. I actually just scored another one this morning, so I was like, yeah. What else do I got? Oh, this is pretty cool. It's a NES controller that's a USB joystick. So if you're running an emulator on your PC, you could actually use an original style controller. I thought that was pretty slick. Let's see, what else? I got a whole bunch of shit. Oh. Digital voltmeter. It's okay. It's not the best. Not bad. I like the form factor and the shape. All from Vince, that review site that I'm part of. What I want is for somebody to make a black and white one like this that has a bonded screen. These are not bonded screens, so as you can see, you get lots of glare. I can actually make the display go away from the glare. If they would use a bonded screen, that would go away, but it's a more expensive LCD process. I'd really like to see one of them do that. I would like a real big screen like this, but with with a high contrast bonded black and white screen. I really wish I could get one of those. Let's see. That's another mini PC. That's nothing. Oh, I got the kitty cat mug. I got that from Vince. And all these USB drives came from Vince. And I got more batteries. So I have a lot of M18 and DeWalt batteries now. I have a whole lot. Yeah, the little mini PCs. I got one here somewhere. Oh, please don't fall over. Hey, I didn't make a mess. Mini PC. It's a little it's like a Core i5 with 8 gig of RAM. I got a nice one with a Ryzen 7 with 16 gig of RAM. That's the one I'm going to use here. And literally mini PC, like a Nook. It's got the USB ports and the HDMI ports and the Ethernet ports, and it's a little PC. They're like $300-400. And, yeah, Windows 10. Great. Like when I have a TV set up in the guest room, they'll be able to run a PC. No, it's not going to run WoW. What else? Oh, this smartwatch is actually turning out to be one of my favorites because it has an OLED screen. $100. $100 for an OLED screen and a watch that doesn't suck. And I've been using this since last Monday, and the battery's still 79%, which means I can get 3 or 4 weeks on this. Nice. I actually like this one. I have a whole bunch of these smartwatches. Most of them are kind of sucky. Got Michelle more socks. So there's another 6 pair of socks I got from Michelle. So she will never be lacking for socks. I'm going to make sure of that. That's cool. I got a Rexing time-lapse camera. So you put 12 AA batteries in it, and it'll run for 6 months. So 6 months from now, once I get it set up, you guys are going to get a nice time-lapse of the property going through winter. Because I could put this outside and leave it there for 6 months. I got vacuum cleaners. I have 2 commercial sanitaires. I love commercial sanitaires. And Well, it's a time-lapse camera, so you're not going to film porn with it so much as film a lot of porn with it. Like, I could record every night. um, I also got these heavy-duty steps. I actually managed to get 4 of them, which is amazing, because Michelle's got one, and I could put 2 around the house somewhere else, and I can keep one out in the car. But these will hold 1,500 pounds. These are nice, heavy-duty step stools. I got 3 more batteries, like these big battery packs. I got 3 more of them coming in. I also got a Hoover One Plus battery powered vacuum cleaner. It takes the Hoover One Plus batteries. I got like 4 extra batteries. I also have a Shark Navigator Pro E158. Decent vacuum. They sent me the replacement parts. So far, no problems. I also got that little cordless vacuum there. All this stuff, everything you see here, all this came off of Vince. This all came from Vince, including the tree. I have a lab quality scale right there. That lab quality scale is so precise that you see that clear cover it comes with? You actually need that. Because without the clear cover, it can measure the downforce of air coming off this ceiling fan. It's crazy. It's ridiculous. Solar lights, charge controllers for solar systems. I got like 4 of them. Whole bunch of solar lights. Half of this is probably solar lights. Oh, well, no, you don't use that. You use the little mini ones. I have a bunch of the mini ones too. One of my favorites. You're gonna love this. This is like my favorite toy. I love this so freaking much. It's a hard hat. Okay, so it's just your typical run-of-the-mill hard hat, right? Right? Except this one has a solar panel on top that charges the 18650 batteries inside, a stupid little compass, a flashlight on the front, Bluetooth headset inside to connect to your phone or play your music, with controls on the front to control the Bluetooth, as well as a fan that blows air over your head inside the hard hat that actually works, that actually cools you down. That's just awesome. That's so fucking nerd. It gave me a hard on. It's just awesome. And it's actually functional. Like, it actually works. Yeah, this is cool. Cat food thermoses. I don't think they're in here. No, they're not in here. But these are the battery packs for it. Some like $300 heated gloves, so like ski gloves. Absolutely. Carpets, light bars. Oh yeah. All right. You tool freaks out there. Are you ready for a hard-on? I'm about to give you a jealous hard-on. Okay. This is heavy. You see that name? Uh-huh. Yeah. Go ahead, rub your nipples. You know you want to. You freaks. Ready for this? And that one. Flex head. And that one. And that one. Oh, don't forget that one. This made me drool. I could not click that link fast enough. I was waiting for it to say, you were too late and too slow. I was just waiting for it to mock me. But I got lucky and I got it. Because stuff like this does not last long. And the last one, a flex head. Yeah, that's a full set of gear wrench ratchets. Oh, that made me so happy. Oh, you can fix almost anything with this. Like, these are nice. Gear wrench is nice. I would put gear wrench, you know, like right up there, just below the category of Snap-on, Blue Point, you know, Mac Tools. You know, the gear wrench makes nice stuff. So I was like thrilled when I got this. You know, the number of times I've seen nice stuff like this, and by the time I click on it, it's already gone. You know, it's like, wow, click, too late, already gone. The number of times that's happened. The little stubby. Little flex head stubby. But yeah, that's... Oh, man. This was a score. This was a nice score. Yeah, I screwed up my stock thing. I was tempted to sell the AMC at $56. And I was like, let's just hang on. And now it's back down to 30 and staying there. I mean, I bought it at like 6 or 3 or something like that. But still, it was at 56. And I was holding out because I was hoping for enough to pay off the loan on the car. Because I had, you know, I got $6,000 left on that. You know, plus you got to pay tax. So that's going to be another $1,500. So I was still like $4,000 short. So I was holding out, and I should have just sold. But that's why I don't play stocks, because I suck at it. That was AMC stock. But yeah, I got these on there. No, these I paid for. I paid for those. Oh, and let's not forget the laptop. The $900. That's another lucky score. And it's back there somewhere. It's an Acer gaming laptop. It's a halfway decent. It's actually a decent one. 16 gigs of RAM. Ryzen i7. It's halfway decent. I also got 2 3D printers. Yeah. I got a Voxelab printer. No, I don't. This is all for review. Normally, it counts as income, and you got to pay income tax. But because this is my business, because I actually make my primary living from this, everything that I buy from Vince, I can write off as a write-off. Oh, really? Cool. Nope, I get to keep it. They're mine. So, these electronic fans actually work halfway decent. Wait till you hear how loud this gets. This is awesome. Well, I'm not allowed to sell or give away until after I've had it for 6 months. So if you want to make a trip here and we can wheel and deal. Let's see, I got some RC gear, more solar lights, you know, Tiffany style glass, you know, lamps, which I want to set up in here. I think it'd be fun. But I got the Voxelab 3D printer, and I also have the a little tiny toy like 3D printer, like kind of like the Creality 100. Well, it looks like Optimus Prime, a little toy printer like that. So I scored those two off of Vine. I was like, hell yeah, free 3D printer, I'm taking it. And I got whole house filters, you know, HEPA filters for the house. I got these originally because they have square filters, which means I can make my own filters, but they're annoying because I can't program them. And I can't use a smart switch to program them because they're electronically switched. So when you take away power and apply power again, it doesn't turn back on. It's in the off state, and you have to press the button to turn it back on. So I got these other two new ones that are Wi-Fi enabled. No, but I need more content. Not really, not big on Apple products. You know, that's why I call them iCrap. So I'm not. Eventually, I'm hoping in a couple of years to get like an iPhone 12 XR used because I want the LiDAR. Hang on, I'll be right back. I gotta go to the bathroom. I gotta go to the bathroom. Really bad. Yeah, you better run, cat. I'm coming for you. Oh boy, I had to go. um, no poop, just pee. But like one gadget that I really liked. The hell was that? Something beeped. I got this. This is a wonderful gadget. You know, this pops off. You can put an extension on it. You can change heads. So that pops off, and you have a couple different heads you can put on there. It's basically a toilet bowl cleaner. You know, for cleaning, you know, in the bathroom, in the shower, or whatever. The problem is, it's got no balls. It just doesn't have any balls. So when you push harder to get more cleaning power, it just stops. It's otherwise perfect. Handy, good battery life, works well. Micro USB charging. I prefer USB-C, but I'm okay with micro USB. Supposedly, it's 2,000 milliamps, so it's probably a single 18650 cell in here. The only improvement I can make, give me access to the battery so I can replace the battery. So I give it 4 stars because it is excellent, but the 1 star because it doesn't have enough torque. It does still work. It just takes longer. You gotta just sit there, move back and forth, and not push so hard. And it works fine. I use this a lot in the house here. But then they came out with a new version. It's got 2 cells, so 2S instead of 1S, 7.4 volts. But then they ruined it by getting rid of the micro USB port for charging and go back to a dedicated barrel plug for charging. I don't want fucking barrel plugs. I don't want fucking barrel plugs. Because what's going to happen is you're going to lose the fucking charger it came with. You'll never know exactly what the right charger is, and if you plug the wrong one in, you'll fry it, because I guarantee you these have no protection built into them. It's like, I want the fucking USB port. Because in a worst case, end of the world scenario, I could go down to Dollar Tree and buy another USB cable. So, now make a 3rd version with the 7.4 volts, but keep the USB port. And by the way, give me a hatch so I can access the batteries. Okay? Because then you're not adding to e-waste. Because the problem is, in 2 years, this battery's going to be bad. And I'm going to have to take my Dremel to this thing to open it up and replace that battery. Because I am not going to throw this away because a 50-cent battery died. No! I'm tired of it. You know, that's one thing why the razor, my favorite face razor, got 3 stars. I was going to give it 4 stars for the non-replaceable battery. But they mentioned that it has an 18650 standardized cell inside and still don't give you access to it. So for that smart-ass comment, you get 3 stars. But I'm tired of seeing devices where you can't access the battery. I mean, how hard is it to make this fucking end screw off? Or hell, put this together with screws. I mean, there's a screw there and a screw here. That's probably for this mechanism here. That's probably for this. Okay? So I'm betting. Let's find out. I have a screwdriver right here. I was just using it. There it is. I am screw this right to repair stuff. How about just do it because it's the right goddamn thing? How about that? And then you can advertise you don't have to throw our product away when the battery dies. We'll sell you a replacement battery. I'm betting that attaches this. Yes, it does. Except that I don't know how to get that out. There it goes. Oh, I can access the battery. It's not a direct replaceable battery, but it is accessible. That's soldered in, which is kind of annoying, but it is accessible. And it's got a plug and some Kapton tape, so I can remove that battery. Okay. I might have to go update the review. Because they didn't have to put screws there, and they did. So I might have to go get it back to 4 stars instead of 3. Because that makes a big difference. I can replace that battery. I would prefer a socket with a naked 18650 cell that I can just drop a cell in there. But that is a standardized plug right there. That's a standard 2-pin JST. So that's a pretty standard thing. So that would be pretty darn easy, even for someone not big like me into this stuff, to replace that. I also wonder if maybe I could run a Well, first thing I want to do is core out all of this and put 3 cells in here. So now I'll have triple the capacity, which will double the lifespan of the batteries because you won't be using so many charge cycles. So I'll be doing that. I'll be putting more cells in here. But I also wonder, I'm betting you I can overvolt that motor. It'll take it. I'm betting you that motor will take it. Like, come on, motor, you know you can handle it. Take it, take it. But put a switch in there to switch it between parallel and serial. So switch it to parallel for charging. This way I don't have to modify the charging circuit. And then switch it to serial for power to run it. Okay, that makes a huge difference that I can get to that battery. That makes such a huge difference. In my book, that makes a night and day difference. I'm very happy with that. Oh, sorry. I was about to hit OK to your message, but you retracted it already. I don't know why YouTube hid that. There was no reason for it. Okay, this is going to get an updated review from me. That's worthy of an update. What I'll probably end up doing is just cut a hatch right into here and have the switch underneath there. Just switch it between use and not use. Still works. But yeah, that's a big difference. That makes a big deal difference to me. It's got a nice little hanging hook to hang it up with. I don't need the extension because I got long arms, but I see a short person needing the extension. I don't even know where the extension is. I lost it. I don't need it, so I don't keep it. Replacing the charging port would be difficult because it's board mounted. So going to USB-C would be difficult. If you mean the new one, no. The new one runs 7.4 volts. And that's probably why they went with a barrel plug. Probably to avoid having to design new electronics. Because it was cheaper. But for me, one of the huge selling points of this device was that it was USB charged. The USB port in here is the primary reason I bought this. If it didn't have a USB port, I wouldn't have got it. because I'm tired of proprietary fucking chargers. And that are, well, they're not proprietary. A barrel plug is not a proprietary port. It is a standardized port, but it's not commonplace. And the problem is there's 1,000 variations of that. Yeah, absolutely stupid. $3,000 and you can't replace the fucking $5 battery? Well, not only 50 different barrels, but 50 different voltages and 2 different polarities. And of course, yeah, there's always that one asshole who does positive tip. Like, are you fucking kidding me? I mean, positive barrel, positive, shroud. Usually a barrel plug, the tip is positive and the shield is negative. But you always get that asshole who does a negative tip. And or you would have to write on this or put a note in here somewhere that says, 5.5 by 1.1 barrel plug, positive tip, 7.2 volts. You'd have to do that kind of crap. But at least Sony, they're all the same. You could pretty much take any Sony plug and put it in another Sony. They're all like 4.5 volt positive tip. But with something like this, it's going to be a one-off power supply. And I'm going to have to be cognizant of that and write down those specifications so that if I lose the power supply, I can replace it later. Just put a fucking USB port on it. But I need 7.5 volts. So you use a buck converter. Sure, it's going to take twice as long to charge. I don't give a shit. Because how long is it going to take to charge if you don't have a power supply? Well, I can see weatherproofing to a point, especially if they're going for mil spec. But still, I don't care. I don't want to spend $3,000 on something I can't replace the fucking $2 battery in. Because they're trying to compete with Mac. That is precisely why. Mil spec toilet brush, yeah! Fuck my feet. Oh, what the hell? I don't care. The FCC gives you a fuck or two, right? But, yeah. This is fun. It's not in here, somewhere else, but it's a little camera that prints on thermal paper. So you can actually print out the picture on thermal paper right there. Actually, it should be in here. I've been tossing the pictures in here, haven't I? Oh, I got tons of these. These are great. There's some of the pictures. Yeah, it's basically a Polaroid. But, yeah, you can literally print out black and white pictures. Isn't that cool? The only problem is, I bought a whole case of thermal paper. It's garbage. Not all thermal paper is the same. Apparently, thermal paper has a resolution. Like, there's actually pixels in the thermal paper. Because when I use the cheaper thermal paper, like receipt printer paper, the pictures come out muddy. As if it's lower resolution. So you have to buy the right paper. And I haven't found a cheap source of the right paper yet. Just the expensive refills they sell. They're not that expensive, but still, it's thermal paper. It should be 20 cents a roll. But that's really cool, though. That's a lot of fun. Oh, there it is. There it is. This thing is just freaking neat. And it also saves the color picture to the memory card. So you still have the color digital picture. And I think it'll even do video. Yeah, it does video too. Obviously, you can't print video. So here, let's get a picture of these guys. That might not work. I might be too close. Yeah, I think I'm too close. Let's go further back. And then you hit print. And it begins spitting out a picture. How freaking cool is that? And it prints out a little picture. How cool is that? That's just so much fun. I mean, sure, it's low resolution garbage, but who cares? It's just fun. Kids would love this. This would be wonderful for kids. Because the pictures are dirt cheap. It even came, I think it even came with a 32 gig card. Or some sort of card. Four gig. Came with a 4 gig card. The dash cam came with a 32 gig card. But 4 gig is plenty. You know, it takes halfway decent color pictures. You can download them and plug it into the computer. You can shoot video, which you can download, of course. Of course, micro USB charging. Except it's really annoying that it turns on when you plug it into the micro USB port. So I gotta turn it back off again. But it's just neat. These are freaking awesome. I have 9-volt, AAA, AA, and D cells, and C cells. So these are even better because they're USB-C. So it's a AA battery, but it's a lithium battery, not a nickel metal hydride or NiCad. It's got a little chip inside that takes the 3.7 volts from the lithium cell and, you know, bucks it down to 1.5 volts. So it maintains 1.5 volts all the way until it's dead. So your battery meters on your devices don't work anymore because this is going to say it's full all the way to the end. And it's got a built-in micro or USB-C port. The other ones are micro. It's got a built-in USB-C port built right into the end of the battery. So I could literally just take my USB-C cable and plug it right into the battery just like that, and it'll charge. How fucking cool is that? Except this one's not working anymore. There it goes. Oh, the plug pulled out. Okay, so now it's blinking, saying I'm charging, and it'll go solid green when it's done. That is fucking awesome. What are you doing? Whatever, just stop it. That's just awesome. I mean, that's great, especially for fire alarms. Not only does the 9-volt rechargeable lithium-ion battery have as much capacity as the alkaline battery does, which means you put this battery in your smoke alarm and it will work for a year. But when you're done, you just recharge it. That's awesome. And this is my all-time favorite MP3 player. It's a beautifully machined hunk of aluminum with an excellent battery life, built-in memory as well as SD card, USB-C, of course. It could play lossless, and wait till you see this display. If it this might be dead. Oh wait a minute, I think it's this one. Yeah, here we go. It does album art on the screen, so it's beautiful. That was the big thing for me, that it actually showed you the album art as it was playing a song. So let's see here. Player. How about some Bond? So, full screen album art as it's playing. Trying to get close enough. There we go, so you can see it. It tends to bleach out because of the light. But there you go, full screen album art, touch screen. And here's the really cool thing. This can connect to Bluetooth headphones. So no phone, but the actual player can connect to these Bluetooth earbuds. So this is literally all you need. It's freaking beautiful. It's one of the nicest. They're not cheap. They're expensive. But it's one of the nicest units around. It's a Hidiz, Hidiz. I should have it linked on my Amazon page. But it's called the AP90. It's just beautiful. I love this MP3 player. It's one of the nicest units around. This is what we dreamed of with our mini disc players, you know. Amazing little units like this. And, you know, sadly, you can't put a replaceable battery in something like this. I mean, how are you going to open it? How are you going to open something that small? And it just makes me sad to know that in 4 or 5 years, this battery is going to start to go, and there's nothing I can do about it. And this probably won't be available to buy again. But I still have my mini discs as well, yep. Including my Hello Kitty mini disc. Yeah. But every now and then I get filament and resin. Anytime I see resin, I grab it. Filament, I've stopped grabbing PLA because I have so much of it, unless it's something I really want. But otherwise, if it's PET G or some kind of specialized filament, I grab it. Well, I tell people, my life is a little weird because I am resource rich but money poor. So we don't buy anything for this house. No. No. We don't buy stuff for this house. Because, have you heard of the Vince curse? Yeah, I've experienced the Vince curse many times. It's one of the most annoying things on planet Earth. When I finally break down and buy something, and then 2 weeks later, Vince goes, here it is for free! You shroom! It happens every goddamn time. Oh, the number of times I've finally broke down and bought something just for it to show up on the review site 2 weeks later. Or just outside of the return window. So now it's like, nope, we do without it. We wait until Vince provides. This one company's going to get a nice review for me. I found handrails, like actual handrails for the stairs coming in the house. Real nice ones. I got 2. And so I'm going to install them on the front and back here. It'd be nice to have real good proper handrails there. And you know, the one of them was damaged. The packaging got beat up pretty badly. Most of the bolts were gone. The end of one of the posts was bent. And the decorative covers that cover the base plate so you don't see the bolts, those were destroyed beyond fixing. So I contacted them and I was like, you know, if I was in Pennsylvania, I'd be asking for a replacement, but nothing rusts out here, so I am fine with this. But can you send me the hardware pack? Because I need the bolts to install it. And can you send me the replacement decorative covers? You know, so to look nice. It's going to be on the front of my house. You know, I want it to look nice. I was like, I don't need a replacement unit. The rest of the parts are fine. You know, just, you know, it went through a war zone on UPS. Okay? It got beat the hell up. And, you know, they need to fix their bagging for their parts because they use a brittle plastic that the bolts punch through. And then they leak out of the box because the boxes always get beat up because they're heavy. Heavy items get beat up. That's why Edge of Text printer got beat up, because the printer's so damn heavy. You know, it's got so much mass that it just beats the hell out of it. So, they sent me a whole one. They sent me a whole replacement. I was like, wow, thank you. You didn't have to do that. I'd have been totally happy with just the bolt pack and the covers. But they sent me a whole, so now I got 3. I don't know what I'm going to do with the third one, but I'll do something with it. Maybe put double handrails on the front here. I don't know. Make it even safer. But yeah, things like that. I won't. You know, even this This webcam I got off of Vine, the Vince. You know, this phone stand I got from Vince. You know, these little flashlights are freaking wonderful. I grab them anytime they pop up, and the new ones have USB-C ports. I was like, yeah. These things are so freaking bright. I submitted my first, I think my second 1-star review. I got a $240 dive light. I got it out of morbid curiosity because I researched on Amazon. There is no other dive light that comes anywhere near $240. And as soon as you hit the $80 to $150 price range, you're already looking at full spec solid machined aluminum flashlights, and this thing was plastic. So I'm wondering if it's some sort of scam, tax write-off kind of thing, you know, for the company, because I got it and it's a $40 light. Yeah, I mean, this light is brighter than this dive light. Not only is that light brighter than its dive light, but that one will charge by USB. That won't. It's a barrel plug, a proprietary 4.2 volt barrel plug, and it's got a big 5200 milliamp battery that you can't access and replace. I was like, $240 for a $40 plastic dive light where you can't replace the battery and you have to use the special charger it comes with and not a USB charger. And the light is such a piece of shit that I could look into it without pain. This thing, close your eyes, and when I flash you with it, you're still gonna see stars. This is $20. Yeah, that got a 1-star review from me. I was slightly annoyed. But, you know, I also got my pocket knife from them. I love this pocket knife. It's a company called Harnds, Harnds. First, that's half a pound right there. I mean, this thing's pretty heavy. Need a third of a pound. Absolutely beautiful action. Nice knife. It's a little bit larger than most pocket knives. So if you're like me with really big hands, your hand actually fits around the knife comfortably. It's not like a knife where you're trying to hold like this, or most of them you hold like this. You know, you're holding the knife and the pinky's off the end. While this, I can actually comfortably put my hand around that. This is my permanent package knife. I love this. I just love this knife. The only way they can make this better is to make it orange. The only thing I don't like is that when you unlock it, it just falls. So it tends to fall on you. Never fast enough to hurt, but still concerning. But yeah, nice freaking knife. Oh, here's that ear camera thing. Beautiful Apple-like packaging. But yeah, it's a little ear camera. So you've got a pick on it so you can clean out your ear if you want. But you just stick that in your ear and you can see on your phone a picture of what's inside. And it's actually a good resolution, good quality camera. The only thing I don't like is that it connects over Wi-Fi only. And that's a problem because I prefer Bluetooth Wi-Fi hybrids. You see, when I pull out my Instago 2 and I tell it to connect to my phone, it uses Bluetooth because Bluetooth can auto-negotiate a connection. And then after it connects to Bluetooth, it then auto-negotiates a Wi-Fi connection now that it's connected to the device. But because this connects by Wi-Fi, you have to actually, each time on your own, go into your Wi-Fi settings and tell it to connect to this, and then it works. So it's a manual process that's annoying. If they would have put Bluetooth in here, maybe they can't. Maybe it's too small, because, I mean, it is tiny. And the other one I have is even tinier. These were 0 ETB for some reason, so I grabbed 2 of them. This one has a little charging dock. So a little USB-C charging dock, and you just stick this in here, it lights up and charges. But I prefer devices that use Wi-Fi to use both Wi-Fi and Bluetooth. so that you don't have to deal with that manual Wi-Fi connection every time. So, and some beautiful Apple-esque packaging. They definitely took cues off Apple when they made that packaging. But yeah, it's just random shit like that. I got desks for the container out back. I've got 6 so far. Every time I find a desk that's real cheap, like 40 to 60 bucks, because then the tax is only like 12 to 20 bucks. I grab them for the back. Now, something I am doing, and we're going to keep about this. I'm collecting stuff for my concrete guy. You know, I messaged him, hey, you want this? You want this? You want this? Because we're going to trade concrete work for stuff. So I can get more of my driveway done. I don't have the money, but he wants the stuff. So we're going to trade concrete work for stuff. I got him a rebar bender. That was like 500 bucks. I got him a rebar cutter. That was like 400 bucks. I got him 2 pair of work boots, including a really nice, you know, full grain leather Goodyear welt, you know, real nice $200 work boots. And some cheap, like $80, $85 work boots. I got him, he wanted a little leaf blower just for blowing stuff off the concrete. So I got him a little cordless leaf blower. He has the Craftsman V20 tool, so I got him like 4 or 5 batteries for his Craftsman tools. And then I also just scored him, he wanted one of those, you know, electric ratchets. So I got him one of those, but then Craftsman ratchet popped up, so I grabbed him that too. A few other things, you know, there's a bunch of stuff he wanted, so I grabbed. So hopefully we're going to meet Friday, see how much concrete we can get done for all of that. He originally said the rebar bender plus the ratchet, you do 400 square feet. Was it 800 square feet? I think it was 400 square feet. So with all the stuff I have now, I'm hoping we're going to get like 2,000 square feet, which should be just about enough to do my whole driveway, which would be real nice. That would be really nice. And, yeah. Hopefully do some bartering. Barter's good. Because, you know, like I said, I'm resource rich, money poor. So I got no money, but I got lots of resources. I have access to stuff. So I'm going to have fun with this. I think the next thing I'm going to do is I'm going to print this as big as the printer will let me. Because I think it'd be really freaking cool to make a big one of these. I think that'd be beautiful. So I'm going to print that. That'll probably be the next print. I'm going to print it small again. Because I want to get to 0.2 millimeter layer height. I think I can double the layer height without changing any of the other settings. I think they're massively over curing the resin. I don't think it needs to be cured that hard. That's why you get the elephant's foot. That's bleed. That's UV bleed. So I should be able to lower the burn time. Or if you double the layer height, you're effectively cutting the burn time in half. But so I'm going to do that. I was thinking about reprinting this in phone size on the resin printer, but I don't think the original file has sufficient detail to warrant using that much resin. I mean, this here at 0.1 millimeters is pretty close to the level of detail the model actually contains. So I don't think there'd be any benefit to resin printing it, so I'm not going to. But what's interesting is that now I can start experimenting with larger rocket parts out of resin. The biggest problem with resin is it's brittle. They make resin that's not brittle, but it costs substantially more money. So your basic resin is about 25 bucks a liter. While, for example, Ceratec Tenacious, which is a tough resin, is $65 a liter. Now, printing a small competition nose cone, no big deal, because it's hollow, so it's not going to use a whole lot of resin. But printing anything with substantial mass, a lot of money. Any questions? before we split. Hey, Ben. How are you doing today? Are you keeping your victims happy? How many buses are you going to ask me to identify? Oh, fire hydrants now. That one, and that one. I don't want to check more images. Fuck you, try again. I did. I'm just going to keep clicking verify, and then I'm just going to give up, and I'm not going to give you the satisfaction of doing any more of these fucking goddamn security challenges. Fuck you, fuck you, fuck you. God, I fucking hate these things. They've gotten to be a pain in the ass lately. You guys were here on the stream one time where I spent like 7 or 8 minutes over and over and over again. It really makes you want to eat somebody. No, I'm not a fucking human. I'm a goddamn lizard. And they should know that. Maybe that's why. Maybe they need a lizard test. Goddamn lizard racists. That's what they are. Lizard racists. The anti-lizard bullshit. See, that's why I want us to have better genetic technology before we start eating people. Because, you know, the best of both worlds is I inject the politician with lizard DNA so that when I cut an arm off and eat it, he has to sit there and watch the arm grow back, knowing I'm just going to cut it off and eat it again. Yeah. That'd be awesome. Yes. You look tasty today. Oh my God. This lady in the store was being a total Karen. I mean, she was being a total Karen. Oh man, starting to choke on it. So I'm in line behind her, and I can just see the cashier just like, you know, praying this lady will just walk away. So I come up behind her, I peek over her shoulder, and I go, I gotta guess. And she looks, she just goes, "What the fuck are you doing?" Everybody stops, and I'm looking at her, and I give another sniff. I'm like, I hear Karens taste good. cashier just loses it. The lady goes, "You're a fucking creep." And I was like, "You're fucking dinner if you don't walk away." I can't believe she didn't call the cops. I was expecting it. It was very creepy, but it was very pleasurable too. I love making people that deserve it very uncomfortable. It gives me great pleasure to make them as uncomfortable as I can. Oh my god, that was... I think that's the most bold, creepy thing I've ever done in public to fuck with somebody. Now, I mess with people a lot, but I've never done something really creepy to people like that, especially a woman. Because that could very easily go the wrong way. Oh my god, the cashier just lost it. She just lost it. It was so good. Oh my god, that was hilarious. Oh, there's another phone there. What? But, oh my god, that was... Oh, I really creeped her out. Like, she totally forgot the Karen fight she was having with the cashier. She was so creeped out. She was just... If I could have done that Hannibal Lecter little tongue flick he does, or that little creepy tongue flick thing that Hannibal Lecter does, if I could have done that right there, that would have been like the piece de resistance. That would have been the cherry on the cake. That would just... Oh, that would have been good. But I still haven't mastered that. I made it very clear I'm not normal. Definitely not normal. Alright. It's 6 o'clock. I want to make dinner. So I'm so hungry I'm eating these crackers. I woke up late this morning, so I skipped breakfast. Hi, kitty. Hello, kitty.
I know. You're such a good boy. Yeah. You're such a good boy.
Where'd that other remote go? All right. Yeah, I'll have to rewatch that movie and just replay that scene over and over again until I get that flick out good. Yeah, last thing I need is to be more creepy. I will see you guys later. Next week we are going to do the Artillery Genius Pro. So that's what we're doing next week. I will see you guys then.